Well, I didn't have Darth Dawkins on, but I did talk to him like once or twice, and then we were just kind of just like I don't know, I guess reviewing the conversations that we had with him. Anyway, we are now live, by the way. So what's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Stephen Ryan back for another video. Joining me is Rob, who I came across a couple of weeks ago on a TikTok live, and we had some good conversations. So yeah, kind of free from the whole like TikToks you have to say unaliving and you have to say grape and everything else like that. It's YouTube. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It's fantastic. So, yeah, Rob, just kind of do like a little bit of like an introduction. Tell us a little about yourself, all that sort of.
That's me.
Okay, yeah. So, we had kind of said that we were wanting to do like a conversation on religion and on abortion, and I mean, like, was there like absolutely anything else that you wanted to? Because like I don't know, like just from your lives and kind of wanting to vote for Ain 2, and then like me and actually have it here being a literal card carrying member of People Before Profit, literally card carrying member of them. We're going to agree on almost nothing to do with politics. So if you want to delve into that, that's no problem at all. Um, but yeah, so was there anything that you wanted to kind of start with? Like, I'll kind of give you the floor, like on
Um,
what to.
can I ask you why are you? So I presume obviously you're a socialist, right?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Why are you a socialist?
Um, because I think that capitalism has been both a very successful and also a complete and utter failure of an experiment that has been going on for the last few hundred years. Um, the method by which you make profit and therefore make money in a capitalistic society inherently screws over somebody else. And I just don't really like that. I just kind of find it a little bit strange that you would want to do that, and that is almost like a profit. And that like that's your incentive is to just make money. um I mean, like most kind of recently, and almost like the biggest kind of example of kind of class consciousness that has happened in the States recently was the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO. um I mean, like, look, I understand that that's not exactly how it works here, but like obviously this is like the biggest example of kind of capitalism that just a shouldn't be there, and why it is bad. Because when you are running a company that provides healthcare to people, the incentive or the goal of that company should not be to turn a profit for shareholders. It should be to provide care for people. And I just think that when you have capitalism inserting itself into those sorts of areas, it just like it inherently screws over people.
I don't know. I feel like I could say the same for socialism. I feel like socialism has never ever been successful, and I think it's even impossible. Now I haven't done enough reading, right? But it's like when I think capitalism, not in a statist way. So let's say it's like anarcho capitalism. I think it could be done correctly, right? For me, I'm kind of like looking into like libertarian values and stuff at the moment. But when it comes to socialism, I feel like it's like this ultimate status view where we're putting our trust into it's like on paper, yes, it sounds amazing. It's this utopia. It sounds literally like heaven. But you know, I think me and you could definitely agree that like countries' governments are very, very hard to trust. And if we're putting our trust mainly into a government, which is still run by people who want to make money, right?
Mm.
In reality, do you really think that socialism could actually ever work?
Yes. The only reason that I would kind of say that is, I mean, like you had said that it's never worked. Well, it's never been enacted. Never been a single example of socialism actually being enacted. There is no country, past, present, or as so far as we know, future that you can point to that has been led by workers. There is no country where it is set up from its foundation where the workers own the means of production. That's never happened. So socialism has never actually been enacted. I mean, like communism has, which I have a lot of disagreements with, and obviously capitalism has. So we have the two kind of examples of two systems, in my view, not working. The one view that hasn't even been implemented, it puts people like, but like from the bottom up, not the top down, at the forefront and at its core, and that's what it looks at the most, and what it aims to protect the most. And so I just think that that would be better for the vast majority of people.
I don't know. I just feel like there's nearly no incentive for people to even work in a socialist society, um, because there's no profit to be made.
Of
So
course, there's
what's
profit
the
to be made.
incentive? Say that again.
Of course, there's profit to be made.
How can you explain? Like genuinely explain it to me.
So I mean, like, are you talking about in like a business sense?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, in a
because I
business,
feel like
how
there's no free market then. So that's yeah.
well, I mean, like, how it would essentially work is that the workers would own the means of production. They would like essentially like vote to elect their kind of managers and the people above them, and then eventually all the way up to the CEO. And they would not have just shareholders on the board, but they would also have workers of the company on the board. So if you can imagine it, right? Like obviously this happens a little bit more kind of stateside, but if you can imagine a scenario where a company is voting to outsource the kind of factory that you work in into kind of China or any sort of third world country where they don't have to pay as much for labor. If you had workers on the board, do you really think they're going to vote to outsource their own jobs and like to vote for them to lose their own jobs? It's never going to happen. It's just never going to. It literally makes less than 0 cents. So
Right.
it protects workers. Like that's like the main thing that it would do.
Right. Okay. That's an interesting point of view. That is a good point. Yeah. Um. Yeah. See, I'm not well read enough on this really, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not a thing where I'm trying to combat it because it does make a lot of sense on paper. It's just that I've never seen it actually enacted, so that's why I'm nearly kind of skeptical of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like when it does come to socialism, I feel like there's nearly it's the trust aspect of it. You know what I mean? It's really the trust aspect of it. Like we're trusting in a community or a group of people way too much. This like I'm not even saying that in a capitalistic society it's any better.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's where my flaw is with it. But I'm not well read enough on it, and a lot of people would say, you know, if you're to get into politics, you study the people that you disagree with the most. So that's what I want to do. So can I ask you, like yourself, for you to become a socialist, who did you read? Who did you, you know, look into? What philosophies did you look at?
I don't. It's kind of I can envision it almost being like a disappointing answer because it wasn't actually like as kind of what's the word I'm thinking of. It wasn't as like revolutionary as that. It was just kind of I always kind of had my kind of smaller disagreements with capitalism, but then just kind of looking up about like alternative views and then mainly kind of like left leaning views because I was always left leaning. So like just for example, I've always been in favor of like same sex marriage. I've always been in favor of trans rights. I've always been pro choice. I started out from like a bedrock of fairly kind of left leaning anyway. And then kind of looking up or like looking at similar minded kind of left leaning YouTubers, then I kind of eventually kind of made my way into kind of Humanist Report, David Pakman show, Secular Talk, Vosh. There's like a number of that sort of online community, and Vosh would be kind of, he defines himself as like a libertarian socialist, so you might kind of have some agreements with him, some
Mm.
disagreements, whatever else. Like, but like they kind of argue from socialism and kind of back that up. I mean, like, look at, there's like obviously then kind of like reading into like Marx and Engels, and there's like a few others. Like, I haven't done like an absolute like deep dive into like reading every single thing that Marx has ever written or that he's ever said or anything else like, but it just reading how socialism is supposed to be, let's say, it just makes the most sense to me.
Okay. And with your left leaning views, if like, are you open minded that you could ever consider that some of them might end up being like immoral?
Immoral in what sense?
So like, I'm not sure. Do you believe in like objective morality or subjective morality?
Um, it's weird because I mean, like specifically talking about morality, I mean, like it's kind of, there's some things that are objective and there's some things that are subjective, but the things that I think are objective morals, that's my own subjective opinion. So it's kind of, do you follow what I'm kind of saying? Like there are things like that I think, like obviously murder, just wrong, just don't do it. Rape, wrong, just stop that. Like there are
But
things
that's
that I
just
think like
according
are
to you.
never. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There are things that I objectively think are just wrong. It doesn't matter what the like context or anything else like that is. There are things that I just think are always wrong. But that is to answer your kind of point there. That is just my opinion. It's not. It doesn't come from anywhere kind of divine or anything else. I just want to look at the world and do the most amount of harm reduction, and I think that like my kind of stances on morality kind of follow that, is just harm reduction.
Harm reduction. So, do you think giving someone a vaccine is immoral,
No, of course not.
but it hurts them when they get jabbed in the arm?
Yeah, but I mean, that's an extremely temporary pain. Like it's not like, but I mean, like also the long term kind of benefits of getting vaccinated. Well, I mean, like there is a reason that like polio is not a thing anymore, right? And it's because of
Yeah,
vaccines. So
yeah.
like if you are then to weigh the kind of pros and cons, the pros obviously being that polio is not a thing anymore, and the cons is that you get an ouchie in your arm. Well, get over yourself and deal with the ouchie.
So,
That's
would you say temporary pain to stop, let's say, death is better?
just, if you could just state
So,
that
let's
again,
say
sorry.
someone has to get the vaccine,
Hmm.
right? So that's temporary pain, but it will prevent them from dying. Is that good?
Yeah,
Is that a good thing?
yeah.
You would agree it's a good thing. So let's say a pregnant woman has to go through 9 months of pain, could be mental, could be physical, but if they go through that, then they're preventing the death of a human being.
Um, you see, I mean, like again, you're gonna kind of get into like what we had talked about on your live. I mean, like what stage is it at? Like how kind of far along is she and stuff like that. Like
So,
that's not like a one easy kind of fix answer to that question. Do you know what I mean? Like there needs to kind of be clarity on it.
well, we could establish terms like, let's say, so I done it since our conversation. I really like done a lot more research to be definite on my pro-life stance, right? And I looked a lot at the pro-choice side,
Mm-hmm.
especially from the medical side of things. So a lot of doctors, let's say, that would support abortion, they all agree that human life begins at conception,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So they would say then that if it is a human being at conception. The question then for me and you is, where does moral worth come into the picture, right? obviously, as a pro-lifer, I'm going to say that moral worth comes with the fact that you're just a human being, right? It's intrinsic, because if we measure it extrinsically based upon, oh well, if you're conscious or you're sentient, it's subject to change, right? Because it used to be a thing, and I don't know if I ever brought that up with you before, that it used to be a thing that your moral worth and your status as a human was based upon of how light your skin was, right? Now people say, oh, why are you bringing race into it?
Yeah.
I'm just using a factor that
Hmm.
there was extrinsic factors as extreme as that you weren't a human unless you were white, right? But
Yeah.
now they've changed it that it's you're not a human unless you're sentient, right? But that's, some people would say that. Then some people say, well, you're not a human unless you're out of the womb. Some people say you're not a human unless you have a heartbeat. It's extremely subject to change and arbitrary. Whereas if we go with the scientific consensus that they're a human being from the moment of conception, and we also measure their worth from then, it's not subject to change. It's a fact, like 1 + 1 = 2. Would you agree?
Um, yeah, so you didn't bring that up with me, but I did hear you talking about that with somebody else at some stage whilst I was watching your lives. And yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that I mean, like, it definitely used to be a thing that you weren't considered human, or at least like a full human. I think it was like, was it like 3/5 or something like that?
So
Um, yeah, something. I mean, like, obviously ludicrous, right? But
yeah,
something like that. Unless you were why I'm not disagreeing with that. Um, but I just think that, like, now that we, I mean, like, have like almost literally kind of like different fields of study around kind of like what is personhood, like like and stuff like that. That's where it just kind of gets to be a little bit deeper, and that's where I would kind of go. That's what I would kind of hinge my kind of pro-choice stance on, is the concept of personhood.
and don't you think it's still dangerous though that we're using an arbitrary measure that's actually not solid, that is changing all the time, to base upon if someone has value or not, right? So let's say a lot of people say, oh well, it's not sentient until 21 weeks, but we have evidence of babies being sentient at 19 weeks. So that means then babies that were murdered at 19 weeks actually could have been sentient, and we murdered what we classify as a person, right? So that means there was an injustice done. Don't you think that's really dangerous?
Um, yeah, I mean, I would think that that would be kind of dangerous, but I mean, it would also be why I'm like, my kind of like max kind of cutoff for what I would feel comfortable with as like an abortion kind of timeline would be kind of between kind of 16 to 18 weeks. I would hedge on maybe kind of 16. I know it's 12 here in Ireland, but yeah, no, I think kind of like 16 weeks is more than enough time, well, to to know that you are pregnant, and then to make up your mind about what like your future is going to be, as in like whether or not you're going to go ahead with, and with it or not. um so yeah, so I mean, like, that would be my kind of standard anyway, and it would
Stick.
therefore then kind of get around the whole kind of like consciousness issue that you're kind of raising at the moment.
So what's the difference between 15 and 16 weeks?
I mean, I feel like giving you a smart answer and saying 7 days. I mean, like, I don't like, not. I mean, like, as far as development, I mean, like, it's like basically kind of nothing. Or if it is, I mean, it's very, very, very small. Like, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Then it's like you can murder what you said. There's a very small change at 15 weeks, but once it's at 16, no. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't think that's a solid line to place that if someone gets to live or not.
Well, I mean, again, because my system of morality is based on harm reduction. If you are not capable of, of consciousness, of being aware of, like, of just being aware, and then, I mean, if you are not able to feel pain, then either, I mean, like, you are not causing pain to anything, if you go down the abortion route. And then, I mean, like, kind of not doing that, then, I mean, like, it gets into a tricky kind of territory then, where you're kind of essentially kind of saying that women are a slave to their biology. You know, that, like, if something does happen where they are kind of sexually assaulted, like, then, like, that's kind of also, it's it's a tricky one, because I do understand that two wrongs don't make a right and everything else like that, like, but
Do you
it's
really
just,
think the best harm reduction act when a woman goes through such a horrible traumatic experience is to murder the child inside of her? And then the rapist, oh, sorry, I can say
yeah,
rapist, right?
yeah.
The rapist gets less of a punishment than the innocent child.
How would the
Like the
rapist get
rapist,
less of a punishment?
so the rapist is only going to do 50, he gets to keep his life, right? In Ireland, let's say, he gets to keep his life. He gets to only have to go to prison for what, 15 years here? And then he gets to walk scot free after such a horrible act. Whereas the child is going to die. And the woman has to have a child murdered inside of her.
I I don't understand how that's less of a punishment.
So the rapist gets less of a punishment than the child, the innocent child inside of the mother. So he doesn't die, the rapist, but the child dies.
Right, but, like, you could, but you could say that, I mean, like, purely from, like, a mental health kind of standpoint, is that, like, the, like, long term detriments to a woman's mental health, considering that she now has to kind of raise a child that was conceived of something so, like, as, like, viciously horrible as rape. I mean, like,
Adoption is still
that's,
an option. Adoption
adoption
is
is
still
still an option, absolutely, but it would be, you would still, in that scenario, then you would still be essentially forcing the woman to carry it inside of her body for 9 months, go through, like, all sorts of kind of physiological and like mental changes. I mean, like, the difference in her body before and afterwards, I mean, is crazy. And then, I mean, like, going to have to go through the, like, expense of, you know, kind of going to all of the antenatal classes, going to the birthing classes, having the child, and then, I mean, you know, like, and then having to kind of have the child then for however long it takes to actually complete the
adoption is
adoption
immediate.
process.
So, so immediately once she has the kid, the child is taken away, right? When for an adoption, right? Secondly, it kind of comes back to the whole thing about the vaccines, right? The temporary pain to reduce harm, right? So it's 9 months to give a life. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
mm-hmm,
it's 9 months of this. Yeah, you could say it's physical and mental. It's anguish, right? And I understand that for some women, it definitely would be. But at the end of the day, we have a moral obligation to sustain the life of an innocent human being. So that innocent human being is going to get a lease on life, right? They have a future like ours for that woman's 9 months. It's just like the 9 minutes of pain getting a vaccine to reduce death to millions of people. So I understand it's 9 months of pain, which is a lot,
mm-hmm.
but it's still a potential life for 80 years that could make a difference for our society.
Right, but the thing about it is, though, is that, I mean, like, you're what if the woman doesn't consent to continuing the pregnancy? Then you are forcing her to do something that she doesn't want to do, which I just kind of find to just be objectionable.
There's many times bodily autonomy is suspended, right? So, for example, I don't have the bodily autonomy to use my body to end someone else's life on the street, let's say, right? So, let's say I was a woman and I was raped, right? I don't have the right just because he raped me to see him on the street and then murder him after he done his time in jail, let's say. I don't have the right to do that. So my bodily autonomy has been suspended.
I just don't think that that would be. I just don't understand why that falls under bodily autonomy. I think that's just a law against murder.
Yeah, exactly. So the
But I mean,
woman
like,
having the child
that
inside of
doesn't
her just
impact your bodily autonomy, though. Bodily autonomy is
so
just the
I
choices that you, like, do, like, that you want to do or don't want to do with your body.
yeah, so but it's not her body that's inside of her. if we've established that it is a human being, even if you don't classify it as a person, it still is a human being that's inside of her. So, like, let's say there was conjoined twins, right? One twin is dominant over the other. They grow up, they go to school together, everything. And one twin is dependent on the other one, right? So that twin who's over on this side needs all of the organs of the most dominant twin, right? Does the most dominant twin have the right to end the life of the other twin?
I mean, in that context, I would say no, and the only reason that I would say no in that context, as you have laid it out, is because you're describing kind of someone who is like already kind of, alive. They are born. They are outside of the womb. So I mean, like if both twins want to kind of consent to have the operation to kind of separate them, have at it. And we know that those surgeries are not always successful in saving both lives. But just to kind of almost kind of flip the example that you gave back onto you, do you think that conjoined twins should be able to consent to that surgery, given that we know that the likelihood it is not a very high success rate of that surgery resulting in both of the lives being saved or maintained, or
If there's no chance that the life of the other one can, first of all, the one that is at risk of dying has the ability to consent, right? So the baby inside of the mother doesn't have the ability to consent. Secondly, um, if let's say there's no success rate whatsoever with this separation surgery, then no doctor should be able to perform that whatsoever, because the role of a doctor is to sustain human life. So if the dominant twin said, "Well, I want this twin removed," and the other twin says, "Yeah, I want to be removed also," even though they know it will kill the other twin, no doctor should be able to consent to performing such surgery, because that would be still murder.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, like that did kind of answer the question that I asked, but um I guess I would just kind of ask, like, should they be able to kind of um do it like at all, even if there was like a decent chance that the less
If there's
dominant twin is
that's
going to
different.
survive?
But we see that, right? We see that an abortion is the deliberate termination of the life of the pregnancy, right? Whereas with a C-section is in the case of an emergency where the child has to be removed. If the child passes away, that's not classified as an abortion, right? So if the twin was removed and ended up dying, right, even though they were trying to sustain the life of the both of them, that wouldn't be classified as murder, right? That would just be natural causes. The same way, if the 6 months down the line the child is born prematurely, there's a C-section done, it's put in the NICU, and it ends up passing away, well, then that's just natural causes. That's not an abortion. So in both cases, there it wouldn't be murder. Whereas if the conjoined twins go to the doctor and the doctor sticks a knife in twin number two and just kills twin number two, that's just murder.
Right. I understand what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I just still, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, we can like kind of like agree on that example that you have brought up, but I'm still pro-choice though,
But
and
how
you're
can you
still
say
pro-life. So like,
how see the thing is though, it's like, how could you be still pro-choice even though in the same example you're saying that the dominant twin shouldn't have the choice to end the life of twin number two, right? But you're saying a mother has the right to decide if the human being inside of her has the right to end the life of that child.
well,
Why?
I mean, I would say that the dominant twin would still have the choice to want to be separate from the less dominant twin. But I mean, it kind of gets,
Even if it like 100% will kill the other twin.
but sure, it's like she can want to do that. Well, they like, because it's not always girls. It's boys as well. But I mean, the dominant twin, like they can still want that to happen. Now, look, I mean, you can say, oh, that they're like less moral if they want to do that, even knowing that the less dominant twin has a 0% chance of survival. But I mean, like they can still want it. But my
They
like
can
kind
want
of
it.
final point is like that's just getting into such a kind of like a tricky area, and it's not even a way of kind of like dodging the issue, but like it's just, well, like who's actually in what do you actually do in that sort of a scenario, right? If you have conjoined twins and the less dominant twin has a like very low, if not 0% chance of survival, but the dominant twin still wants to be separate, I mean, like, what do you do in that scenario? Nobody
That one there
wants to
is the
kind
case
of
where
say, like, because in cases that we have of conjoined twins, like they are like they would be very kind of maybe like similar in personality types, but not always. They can be kind of different and stuff like that. Like, so, like, what do you actually say then? Like, what do you actually do? I don't know is the main kind of answer
oh, I
to that kind of
definitely like
question.
there's a definite answer to that question, and it would be that the sustaining of human life, um, the sustaining of human life outweighs the desires of the dominant twin, right? Because basically, what is in that scenario is that dominant twin wants to kill the lesser, right? We can't fulfill that desire because it's immoral and it's wrong according to natural law. So even if you're an atheist, right, we all would agree with natural law that everybody has the right to life. So the dominant twin cannot defile the right to life of the lesser twin just because they're lesser.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that it would be just because they were lesser. I would imagine, obviously, kind of putting, trying to kind of envision that that kind of thought process. Um, would
Oh, I'm not peeing. I'm cleaning a fork. Sorry.
Okay, I'll have to trust you. Uh, I'm only joking. I'm joking. Um, yeah, I would just kind of say that it would be less so of like, fuck, I'm after losing my train of thought. What's the last thing you asked me? I'm so sorry.
We were talking about like the lesser and the dominant, and you were
Yes,
saying
yeah,
it
yeah.
was
I would
just the
just kind
lesser.
of say that like to kind of imagine what that would be like, I would say that like it wouldn't just you wouldn't just want it simply because they are lesser or they are less than or like anything else like that. I would just kind of imagine that you want your own kind of uh, your
But
own
then
separate
you're
bodily
going
autonomy
against
in a
your logic.
sense.
You're going against your logic then of harm reduction, right? Because if you're saying that having the least amount of harm done is the most important thing, well then in that scenario, the least amount of harm is to not kill the other twin. So I
Okay, see, this
understand,
is what
right?
I'm
So
saying.
there's two pains, right? Dominant twin has, let's say, mental pain that they have to now settle with
Hmm.
being conjoined, whereas the most amount of harm being done is that the lesser twin will be killed.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, and I mean, like, this is why I kind of said, like my like ultimate kind of answer will say to this question is I don't know. I don't know necessarily if it was a case of, you know, if what I said went and this case was kind of brought to me, I don't know what I would necessarily say. I would probably say um no, unfortunately you as the dominant twin, you don't have that right. But again, like I would only kind of arrive at that conclusion because if that case was brought to me, it would be in the scenario where they are both kind of um like at that stage, like knowing that the dominant twin like specifically wanted to be separate. I mean, like they're at least teenagers, if not early 20s at that stage. So personhood has been well and truly established. So yeah, no, I would definitely kind of say like no to that scenario then.
So then you've now moved the goalpost in the abortion argument that it's when someone is born and is able to speak, maybe. Is that what you're saying? Because you
That
said 16 to 18 weeks, right? So we
that
can't even measure if they're sentient or not. But you're saying the fact that they're born, they're at least teenagers, is abortion okay then, even when they're outside of the womb?
well, it wouldn't be abortion then if they were outside of the womb.
Yeah, but would it
Abortion is
be
just
okay?
determined like because
Would infanticide be okay outside of the womb?
no,
Why not?
because they are conscious.
Okay,
They
so it's
have they have
consciousness.
they have developed personhood.
So when have they developed person? So you said it's the fact that they're persons because they're conscious when they're like teenagers in the conjoined twins. So they're also persons and conscious when they come out of the womb.
Hmm.
So then, would you agree then abortion for all 9 months?
No, no. Well, not kind of like okay. If a scenario was kind of brought where it was just kind of like, no, I've been pregnant for 7 months and I just don't want it anymore. No, I'm sorry, you don't get to have to have one. But I mean, like, I can hedge my bets here and kind of say that you would probably agree with this. Where like, if I mean, if it was in danger to the life of the mother at like 7 or 8 weeks, then yeah, would I be correct in assuming that you would share that kind of view? That if it was
I used to think I should agree with that view, but then the more research I done, I realized that an abortion wouldn't even have to be done in that scenario, right? It would actually be more dangerous. What would be done instead would be a laparoscopy or a laparotomy, which would try to sustain the life of the pregnancy, which mightn't, right? Which is okay because that's what doctors are supposed to do, to attempt and sustain the life of the pregnancy. But in that sense, no, I wouldn't agree with an abortion in any sense anymore. I used to say it's okay to try and sustain the life of the mother, but I realized an abortion isn't the actual option in those scenarios. Like it would be a C-section, laparoscopy, laparotomy, or an induced birth.
well, I mean, I would be kind of okay in that scenario with like a C-section or something like that, right? But I mean, like we're talking about a sense of like, you know, late into the stages of pregnancy, i.e., kind of 7 to 8 months, like some sort of complication happens, and it's it's going. If the woman was to continue with the pregnancy, that it is going to be a stillbirth, right? So the baby inside of her womb at 7, 8 months, whichever one you want to choose, do 7 if you want to, has died, and like so keeping the baby in her then at that stage would be detrimental to the life of the mother.
Yeah, that wouldn't be an abortion though,
Well,
because it's already.
abortion is just the termination of a pregnancy, so yes, it would be.
So an abortion is the deliberate ending of the life of the pregnancy. So if it's already dead, it's not an abortion.
I am skeptic. I'm possibly wrong.
Because
I am
if,
possibly wrong.
if a baby survives, it's classified as a failed abortion. So, so
So the definition is it is the deliberate termination of a human pregnancy, most often performed during the first 28 weeks of pregnancy. So it has nothing to do with like the human life or about the life of the pregnancy or anything else. It is just the end. It is the termination of a pregnancy. And I mean,
yeah,
that can
so
happen in a variety of different ways.
if a woman has a miscarriage,
That
her
is
pregnancy
that is a termination of the pregnancy. Yes.
of the exactly, but it's still inside of her, right? So if they're removing a stillborn, it's not aborting the pregnancy. The pregnancy has already been terminated by the body.
Right, but I mean, like that. But it wouldn't be classed as an abortion if you are removing a dead fetus the from the woman. It wouldn't
Exactly,
it
that's what
wouldn't be
I'm saying.
classed as
So
that.
it wouldn't be classed as an abortion. That's what I'm saying. So like let's say she's 7 months, 7 or 8 months
Did I just
in.
argue against my own fucking point? I think I did. I think I did. Sorry, I got a little bit confused in the terminology or in the, you know what I mean, in like exactly what we were talking about. I just argued against my own point. Wow. Oh,
You know, we would all agree on the same
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Um, but I don't know. You had asked me the last time. I think I'm nearly sure you had asked me anyway. I like know that you would ask somebody. Um, would it be you would ask them? Would it be okay if a woman kind of like heavily drank, we'll say, like during a pregnancy?
Yeah, even prior, let's say, to your mark. So let's say she drank at like 15 weeks. Is that okay?
Uh, so again, a point of clarification: is she intending to keep the baby?
Mm, she wants to use that as her abortion method. Let's say for scenario one, she wants to drink until it dies.
Ah. See, that kind of gets into like a weird kind of like a legal thing in because like technically speaking, murder is defined as the intentional killing of another human being. It's why we have like, first degree or unintentional or blah 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 blah. Um in that case, I mean like it fits the definition of murder pretty fucking bang on.
Oh, bro,
I don't know like I man.
you're
Like
cooking yourself here, man. Not in
if
a
it
in a
was this
debate, but like your own argument. You know.
if it was a case of that like I would want like in that scenario if her intention was that the pregnancy ended, I would just rather she do it a different way because
What
like
difference is it though? An abortionist killing the baby than her killing the baby. They're both murdered then, but according to that logic.
no, so if a woman was to drink during pregnancy, um we'll say, but she didn't know that she was pregnant. Well, I mean, she didn't know she was pregnant. There's, I mean, like she like didn't know, so she couldn't possibly have chosen to do anything else. I mean, especially if she didn't even know that she was pregnant, right? If she did know that she was pregnant, and I mean, like she have kind of like one or two, I would maybe kind of disagree with that, just in like a strictly personal reasons. Um, in a debate sense though, like I wouldn't like I like wouldn't that wouldn't be a hill that I would die on in a debate sense, just because it's my own kind of personal opinion. Um, like if you were to kind of narrow it down to a she went out and intentionally drank, but she intended to keep the pregnancy. I would disagree with that because it is potentially doing harm to a future person.
Exactly. So it has a future like ours. So you're agreeing then that going and getting it aborted would be just as bad.
No, because it is preventing the future person from existing.
But you've agreed that they have a future like ours. So they're actively in their potency to be just like us, according to your logic. It's okay to end it, but it's bad to harm it. So let's say she
Only
only
just
drinks
because
to the point where.
you would be doing harm to a future person. That's
So
the
let's
only,
say
would say, ground that I've conceded on.
she gives it fetal alcohol syndrome, right?
Yeah.
That would be wrong.
Yes.
But you're saying killing it and stopping it from being a future person is okay.
Yes, because future person implies that it does not have personhood now.
So would it be okay to go and give people mandatory vasectomies?
Well, I mean, if you were to kind of hold my feet to the fire, like I genuinely think that that's not necessarily a bad kind of way of doing things. Specifically, look, just because, and this is definitely something that we had talked about before. People are going to have sex. It's just going to happen. I mean, it's part of the human experience. It's part of nature. It's like it is almost by definition the most natural thing that we do. I mean, like me and you are in different points of the same country, like hours of drive away, and yet we are still able to have a conversation in real time. Nothing about our interaction right now is natural. Sex is about the most natural thing that humans do. So, um, I forget what you said. I forget where I was going with that. So
Um,
I have ADHD bad, and I just regularly lose my fucking train of thought. Sorry, I probably should have said that to you before we went live. But anyway,
no, it's good. Oh yeah, I said is mandatory vasectomy is okay.
yes, yes. But so then, yeah, in the so given that we know that sex is the most natural thing that occurs, and that people are going to have sex, whether me, you, I, somebody else disagrees with that decision, it's going to happen. If your goal is to prevent unwanted pregnancies, then yeah, consider the vasectomies are more like the vast majority of the time are reversible. And I mean, we can also kind of like freeze sperm and stuff like that. You can, I mean, like you can do that for like a while before you actually go in and have it, so you have a backup there. Given that that's the case, I would almost say like, yeah, absolutely, mandatory vasectomies until you choose to have a child.
So if we go according to like Kant's natural law, he also talks about the right to reproduction. So if we're giving people mandatory vasectomies, we're perverting people's right to reproduction, and we're perverting a natural act as well, being able to reproduce, because people are actually perverting the act of sex. So people want to now have sex just for pleasure alone, whereas it's supposed to be, right? So the nature of the act of sex is to reproduce, and during the act it is pleasurable, right? But the nature of the act is not just to release pleasure, it's to reproduce. But it has been perverted now that it's like the sole purpose of it is to have pleasure. So then in turn we've now led to other things that are unnatural, such as like contraception, which could be condoms, birth control, vasectomies, people removing their uteruses, like, and these other type of things, right? This is all a perversion of the natural act. So I would say, in turn, all of these are unnatural. So, like mandatory vasectomies would be a violation of human rights, a violation of natural law, and it would be unnatural.
Well, look, I mean, in an effort to kind of almost not straw man, but steel man your argument, I mean, like, I just really just don't like the whole kind of like, oh, like this is natural and that's not natural. When wearing clothes is not natural. Us
Why?
speaking right now is not natural
Why is wearing clothes not natural?
because we're born naked. We're not born with clothes on.
But why
It
can't
is
we
it is
use?
the most natural state for us to be in is to be nude.
But how is it perverted to use, let's say, um, things that are around us to protect us against harsh weather conditions, right? So if someone naturally is born in freezing cold temperatures, they're not naturally just going to wander naked there, right?
Well, no, but I mean, like as like an effort of kind of like self-preservation.
Exactly. So it's self-preserving, but it's not unnatural. It's not unnatural to clothe yourself. Whereas
I
it would be
think the
unnatural, right?
community of naturists would probably disagree with you about that, but well,
I
you
don't
know,
know if there's many community of nature still like living in Alaska. Do you know what I'm saying?
no, I mean they probably wouldn't be living in Alaska, but what they would probably say is, and look, I am not a naturist, Jesus Christ. But no, I mean, look, Jesus Christ, more fucking power to you. And I mean, if you have that level of fucking body confidence, you fucking go for it. I just don't. But like, yeah, I mean, like they would like absolutely argue that like wearing clothes is not a natural thing. And I mean, in the cases of like self-preservation, even that, like there's elements of it which is which would kind of fall under like the natural flow of things, but then there are also parts of it that just wouldn't, like the idea that like you now today under the right conditions could win a fight against a tiger. That's not fucking natural, man. That's not natural in any way, shape, or form, no matter how you spin it.
Why?
Because the only way that you're winning a fight against a tiger is if you have some form of ranged weapon.
So basically our intellect has now given us the upper hand.
Yeah,
So it's not physical
but
strength.
under a strictly naturist view or a strictly natural view of self-preservation, like that, like it would not. You winning a fight against a tiger would not fit into that
Well, let's go with like
criteria.
this naturalist view, right? Imagine I live in the jungle, I'm butt naked. I take a stick and I sharpen the end of the stick, and a tiger attacks me, and I stab the tiger.
Yeah.
That's pretty natural.
It would be possible, the chances of it happening, I mean, like if you were to run like a simulation and have that run like 1,000 times, I can't imagine like you or me or virtually almost anyone is going to win that fight too many times. You would like have to be fairly fucking quick with your like timing of your attack against a tiger for you to win.
So what if I got a bunch of those sticks and I built a little base? That's pretty natural as well, right? And I'm still naked. I'm still naked at this point. I build this massive base,
Mm.
and like I build a bow and arrow, and anytime a tiger comes near the base, I get the tiger. Like we can make it rustic, and we can make it like something out of like George of the Jungle.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah,
again,
yeah.
intellect is what gives us the upper hand. You know what I mean? The evolution of our minds, right? Like we have the ability to reason better. We have a wider range of consciousness than the tiger. They're natural. They kind of just work off of instinct, whereas we have this upper hand of like this upper level of consciousness that has been given to us naturally. It's not like that we like ingrain a baby to have this upper level of consciousness. They grow and develop as they grow.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you there. Um, but I think that that particular argument has kind of like almost like run its course, and we did kind of get off into the weeds a little bit there. Like, I know that we kind of started out talking about abortion, and then it was kind of like you or I butt naked fighting a tiger. It's pretty off topic. Um, so yeah, but like just to kind of get back to it, um what kind of I don't quite know how we kind of got there, but I do think that one of the last things we were kind of talking about was that if you if you do kind of drink like whilst you are pregnant, and intentionally so, and you like know it, I would view that as like maybe kind of like a bad action because you're committing harm to a future person. But I think that if that same person was to go in and have an abortion at say kind of 12 weeks, 15 weeks, whatever it is, before the point of consciousness, you're preventing that future person from ever existing. So I don't view that as doing harm because they are not sentient, they're not conscious enough to be able
But you just
to.
said you're doing harm to a future person if you drink. So
But yes,
if
because
you
that's under the presumption that that person is going to continue with the pregnancy and bring it to a term.
what if she drinks until the point that she induces enough harm that it dies?
Again, I understand where you're going, and like even kind of how yourself or somebody who shares your kind of view would kind of presume that I wouldn't have an issue with that. I don't know. I just think it's just too. It's not.
I
It's
think
just
your own
too. It's just
intuition is
too.
telling.
Yeah, it's just too messy of a way of doing it, almost. And look, and I'm not saying that like abortions are fucking like clean cut, like, and they're just like they're like simple and they're not messy. I am not saying that, but at the same, like I don't know. I just think like you are also risking doing damage to yourself. Aside from anything else, you're risking giving yourself alcohol poisoning, or like something. So like it
Abortions are
just.
pretty dangerous too, though.
Mm, do they have the
Like
same
they're
sort of fatality rate as alcohol poisoning? I don't believe it
not
to be the case.
anymore, right? Obviously, prior to them being legalized, yeah, there was a pretty high mortality
Oh
rate.
yeah, 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 absolutely, yeah.
But I'm not too sure on the statistics now at the moment. I'm actually not too sure. But I'm pretty sure like ingesting a poison that expels a human life from you and kills it, that can't be good to take.
In terms of kind of like drinking to the
So
point
like
where.
when the baby is like in the 8 to 12 week range, they give the woman the pill
Mm,
that's
mm-hmm,
basically just poison that
mm-hmm.
flushes the baby out of her. And then if the baby's any bigger, they'll inject digoxin into the heart of the child, which will give it a heart attack. And then they cut it up into pieces and then they perform a DNC.
Yeah, no, look, again, and I am not saying that abortions are not kind of like messy, because they absolutely are. Um, why I I don't share any sort of opposition to that would be, and would only be, um if it was before the point of consciousness. Because I mean, if you like, if that's happening to someone that doesn't experience consciousness, then like it's I just struggle to define that as alive. I know in a scientific sense, I completely do hear what you are saying, and I agree with what the like kind of scientific consensus is that life does start um at conception. I have no argument against that. I just me personally, I just struggle to define something as alive if it does not, if it has not reached the point where it just doesn't experience anything or doesn't have consciousness. I just struggle to give that.
So what if I inject MK99 into somebody, it's a tranquilizer, and it paralyzes them and they're unconscious? Can I do whatever I want to them then?
No. If presuming that they were able to, that they experienced consciousness beforehand, then no.
Okay, here's a better scenario. What if we had the technology, right? Hypothetically speaking,
Mm-hmm.
we had the technology to stop a being having consciousness from the moment of conception, but yet we could continue to grow their body. A woman gives birth to a child, and we can grow it to like the body of a 10-year-old child, but they've never experienced sentience or consciousness. Can we do whatever we want to the body of that 10-year-old? They're alive, right? But according to your standard, they're not a person. So could we use them as sex dolls, let's say? Hypothetically, I obviously would not endorse that, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, like, I definitely wouldn't endorse it.
But is it wrong though?
It's the first time, I'm not going to lie to you, it's the first time I've ever heard that particular hypothetical.
Basically, non-sentient 10-year-old beings, can we use them as sex dolls? Or even cadavers? Well, they're not dead, so it'd be just bodies that we bring in and cut up and experiment on.
Well, I mean, like, cutting up and experimenting on is a different question, whether or not you can use them as a sex doll.
Okay, we'll go with the first scenario, the sex doll one.
Um,
To be consistent,
if it was, if it, oh, okay, if it was used as like a method to kind of round up pedophiles and then kind of, wood chipper go burr, then no, I wouldn't have an objection to that.
why would it be wrong for the pedophile to do that if it's not a person, according to your logic?
If sorry,
So, according to, are you saying it would be to kill pedophiles?
I mean, like, if that was the reason why that was even done or even
Just,
suggested, then yeah.
they make these non-sentient child sex dolls to just give to pedophiles to do whatever they want to them. Why would it be wrong what the pedophile is doing if it's not a person?
I mean, if it's non-sentient, like, yeah, but even just like the way you were kind of introduced it, as in like kind of like taking it out of the mall and then kind of like growing it to be up. I don't know. It's a weird hypothetical. I don't kind of like strictly have. It's not that I don't strictly have an answer to it, but it's just I would hedge just to say no. But I mean, like, that would just be kind of like, I would answer that as I'm giving you my own personal opinion. I wouldn't answer that as if like I'm giving you kind of like a hill that I'm going to die on, like a debate um
Yeah, no,
standpoint.
I hear that, but I think you would be inconsistent then to say that it would be wrong, right? Because then, to be consistent with your logic, you're saying it's okay to unalive a non-sentient being because they're not sentient. So let's say the abortionists actually secretly get a rush of murdering something that has the future to be a human, but yet it would be wrong for the pedophile to mutilate something that's a non-sentient child.
Yeah,
It's
mm, look, for the sake of this kind of argument and for the sake of the road that it's kind of going down, like I am kind of perfectly okay having like an internally contradicting opinion or views on it. I just again, you would be asking me as like kind of just like me, like my personal opinion, which is just like no, it's just too weird for me.
Hmm, okay. Uh, okay. What if I change it a little bit and it's a baby that's born that's non-sentient? Can we stab it to death the minute it comes out of the womb? Start
No,
mashing the
because
thing.
it's experiencing consciousness.
No, no, it's the same scenario as the non-sentient 10-year-old. It's a non-sentient baby that's just been newborn. Can we just start going to town on it? Like, just start stabbing it the minute it comes out of the womb with
You
that technology that was able to stop it from being sentient.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, like you've like kind of you've changed the parameters, but my answer kind of hasn't really changed. Like I just don't see why you would want to, and I just don't personally get that. I would be personally against that. But I mean, like obviously we're kind of talking in like a hypothetical sense of like you have that kind of technology and stuff like that. Like we just we like obviously don't, so I just don't know how to answer that question.
See, the thing is, it's to measure your intuition, right? So, like, your intuition at the moment says that just because you're saying it's just because it's non sentient and has never experienced sentience, it's okay to kill it. So, being consistent with your logic, then you also would have to say that anybody that is non sentient, that has never experienced sentience, it is okay to do whatever you want to them, even if it's in the body of a 10-year-old or the body of a newborn baby. You have to be consistent with that logic then, because then you're moving the goalpost.
Um. To be kind of overly kind of almost charitable to yourself, I wouldn't classify it as I'm changing the goalposts. I would just say that I am being internally contradicting or internally contradictive of my own kind of viewpoints. And I mean like I like that's a fair criticism. Like
Okay.
knowing obviously that I am pro-choice, but then against something that doesn't have sentience, like you being able to, you know, fuck it or kill it. I just no, just like I'm okay with that accusation, man. If you want to kind of call me out as being like as like not being consistent, that's totally kind of fine. I'm okay with that labeling, you know.
I'm not like attacking you
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah,
anything.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Because the thing is, a lot of people come to me and say, okay, you're pro-life, so does that mean then if the woman got raped, yeah, if they're
Hmm.
incest, yeah,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? And they'll go on these, like, and they'll give me so many scenarios. They'll say like a million elephants being murdered versus a woman having an abortion, which is worse? Say the abortion is worse, right? Because we would weigh, as a pro-life stance, we weigh human life over
Hmm.
every
Hmm.
other life, right? So they'll go to those extremes to test
Yeah, yeah,
my
yeah.
logic.
I get what you mean. And look, I mean, even just to kind of almost even just kind of like call like a timeout on the debate kind of side and just kind of go into more kind of conversational. I don't like, man, I can't tell you how many times because there was a few days where I was watching your lives before I was actually on, and then I kind of hung around then after I was on your live. I cannot fucking stand, and I swear to Christ, if there is any other pro-choice people out here who are going to watch this, or if you do it in fucking clip form or anything else, man, if you want to clip this and like fucking put it out on your TikTok, fine. As a pro-choice person, can we stop fucking saying, well, if there's a baby down like one fucking set of train tracks and 10 embryos down the other, can we stop fucking doing that? Can we just fucking stop? It does absolutely nothing to further along your argument as a pro-choice person, and just does absolutely nothing except anger, annoy, and infuriate the pro-life person. Because there's no like okay, there is no objectively correct way of answering that question, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There is just no, or sorry, if it was one baby versus like 10 babies, right? And either way it's going to die. If it was embryos, my personal opinion is we're like going to have a disagreement there. But if it was one baby versus 10 fucking baby, there is no correct way of answering that fucking question. So just stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um that's just my one little kind of like olive branch to you almost, and just kind of saying like we need to kind of just stop fucking doing that. Um
Yeah. Because like
oh
the church would say in scenarios like that, you have to go with your intuition in that moment to pick the uh, the greater of the goods out of both, right? One baby versus two babies. Your
yeah.
intuition is going to grab two babies, right? But
Right,
even if
yeah.
you only pick one, you're not an evil person for picking the one, right?
Yes,
It's a,
exactly, exactly. Yeah,
you
yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean? So, yeah. Like, obviously, we would probably disagree on the whole 10 embryos thing, but if my view of personhood is different to yours, well, I'm
Mm.
seeing 10 people versus one. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
yes, exactly,
According to my,
exactly, exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah.
no, I appreciate that because, some things that people bring up, um, it's like, people like Rob, you're so rude, you remove people. It's like, I'm not going to get anywhere with certain conversations,
Exactly,
and it's only going to
exactly.
infuriate me, and it's going to infuriate the person as well.
Mm.
And the last thing I want is actual arguments. I know sometimes it might look like I want an argument, but like I'm sitting here with you having a normal conversation. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Yeah,
I would rather these,
yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly. And like, look at just to kind of continue the kind of more conversational aspect to it, man. Like, I used to love having a debate where it was two kind of people just like screaming at each other. I used to fucking love that, man. There's like videos up on my channel of me literally screaming at someone. But like, it's just look at it's it's a bit of a double edged sword, right? Because the screaming matches, it's entertaining for the audience, and therefore you get
Yeah,
an awful lot of people viewing it and kind of commenting along and everything else. It's entertaining for the audience, but a conversation like this, it's like it's just so much easier to have than to try and like fucking catch someone out on every little thing that they're saying, and then like just like fucking devolve into shouting at each other. It just goes nowhere. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Um, like there is, albeit, look, I never kind of seek these out. I didn't ask you to kind of come onto the channel in an effort of like me trying to like change your mind. I understand that possibility is slim to none, and I'm sure you probably have like a similar opinion that it's you changing my mind is slim to none. But it's still good to kind of thrash out the ideas, you know what I mean, and to have like an honest to god dialogue about these sorts of issues. You don't need to shout at someone like.
yeah. And the thing is, the whole shouting and debating thing, like, it discredits you as an intellect as well,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And the thing is, my goal is to, like, when I first became a Christian, my goal was to win arguments, right? So I used to debate a lot of Muslims, and I used to love thrashing them in debates. I would destroy them, right? And I send them packing. But it's like the whole goal as a Christian is not to convert someone, but to really show them Jesus.
Hmm.
Jesus didn't go around like, oh, I got you in the Bible.
Yes,
He went
yeah.
and told the truth. And if you didn't like it, that's okay, right? And he told you the God's honest truth. He told you he was the truth. So we are supposed to show Jesus to these people. So sometimes I'll speak to a Muslim now and they'll get very aggressive and stuff. And I'll kind of pull back a bit. I've said my piece and I've told them in a loving, kind way. And it's like that shows a lot more even to other people who are watching. You know what I mean? You might
Mm,
have 100 Muslim people who are watching going, okay, this guy is actually quite respectful,
yeah.
and the Muslim brother isn't being respectful. And they're seeing Jesus in that moment, right? So
Mm,
even now with the abortion thing, I've kind of taken a step back because it was becoming a thing where I'm just going on and arguing with people, arguing.
yeah, yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like, this is not going to change people's opinions. So I've just stopped going live for a while. That's what I do. I take a break. When I notice myself I can't control my emotion, I have to step back. I've done it with my Islamic lives. I've done it with my. I don't really argue with atheists. Usually, for some reason, when I speak with atheists, everyone's chill. But it's usually either the abortion topic or Islam. is the one where there's a shouting match, and it's like if it's gonna be a shouting match, I'm stepping back.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I totally understand that, you know, and like, yeah, I just don't like them anymore. Why I was kind of saying was that it was a double-edged sword, is that like the like kind of more like kind of conversational um debates like this, it's not as entertaining for the audience because they like, you know, like look at, I have like kind of learned like that. I mean, like people love the fucking blood sports and they love to see people shouting at each other, but like there's nobody moves an inch if you're just shouting. But like if you're just talking, there's the possibility of it. At least it's just not as entertaining for the audience, which is a little bit kind of upsetting almost, you know.
Yeah, it's the world we live in, man.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like
unfortunately.
when I was growing up, I grew up quite conservative. Like no one made me conservative. I just always was right leaning anyways before I was a Christian. And I would watch a lot like Steven Crowder and stuff, and he's like poning them and triggering the lefties and stuff. And that just turned me into like a hateful person.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And now it's funny, the stuff I watch is like conversations. Like
Yeah,
I'll sit and watch stuff like what we're doing right now
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
have 1,000 views or only 10,000 views. But it's like these are the ones where I learn the most. I'm hearing from both sides. I'm like actually open minded to hearing the other side. Like, okay, I actually could be wrong here. You know what I mean? But the screaming and stuff, you're not learning anything. You're just looking at the other side that you don't like being obliterated.
yeah.
It's propaganda. It's actually propaganda. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but and look, just even kind of on that sort of topic, I mean, it's why I don't argue with any sort of Trump, with like any sort of Trump backer, or like I just don't argue with them anymore because like they just they don't live in the same version of reality that I'm living in. Because if you were to ask a Trump supporter now, did Trump win the 2020 election, they will incorrectly say yes. And I mean, I'm sorry, if we can't agree on basic fucking reality, like then I mean, like where do you go? Where do like what like we're just gonna get stuck arguing on that for an hour and not get to the shit that actually matters. So yeah, no, I just don't argue with them anymore. Um,
It's the same with the abortion thing. Like, oh, we're going to establish our terms. It's a human being from the moment of conception.
mm,
No, I don't believe that. I'm not going to bother having a conversation with you. Like, I've just shown you
exactly.
facts.
Yes. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Exactly. And even just to kind of extend a second olive branch for anybody who is pro-choice, if you do indeed decide to kind of pick up the live, you know, going live and arguing on abortion, can people stop fucking saying that life doesn't start at conception? Science is unimaginably clear on this. Like the like scientific consensus is that life begins at conception. That doesn't mean that you can't be pro-choice. It doesn't mean that you have to be pro-life. You can still have disagreements and you can still kind of argue it out and stuff like that. Like, look, there are there are several different ways that you can argue abortion from a pro-choice standpoint. I will only choose personhood because I just think it's just it escapes you away from an awful lot of the kind of murky waters and kind of almost traps that you can be kind of led into um by someone who is pro life. And yeah, I just don't, yeah, I just don't like it.
Yeah, because, you get a lot of people that say, oh, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think. When they're born, let's say I would hear a lot. And it's like, okay, well, then you agree with abortion up until 9 months. No, no, I don't. Whereas your argument, the
Mm,
sentience argument, is like, okay, you're standing on that line
yeah, yeah, yeah,
and it's the hill you're willing to die on.
yeah.
And it's really, it comes down to agree to disagree. And it's up to you then to be like, okay, does it make sense to me or not?
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly. Because
Then that, I have respect for it then.
yeah, because I mean, like, it just looks it looks from like an outside perspective, right? From like a third party perspective, as like somebody who's just watching this kind of conversation, they will kind of view it as, okay, well, look, at you know where your fine lines are, right? You have like you've like planted your poles in the outstanding. You've outlined them extremely well. Whereas if I was to constantly be kind of going, no, it's only a person after they're born. Oh, well, then you're okay with it up to climb was. Well, no, 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 no. Like you're then seen as constantly fucking shifting them. Whereas
Yeah,
if you can allow yourself to equally be shown as to be planting where your lines are, then it's just like a kind of a battle then of the two kind of arguments, you know what I mean? And there's no
yeah,
kind of shifting or anything else going on. So yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like one other thing that we did say that we were going to want to talk about was religion. Do you want to jump straight into that, or is there anything else that you're wanting to kind of talk
I'm
about? Or
feeling the religion part right now. I'm feeling the Holy Spirit is present, so I'd love to talk about religion, bro.
okay, uh, I don't actually think I've specifically said it to you. I am an atheist. I don't think I've ever like said
You know,
those kind of words like or whatever else. But yeah, so and look, as we were kind of talking about kind of backstage before we had gone live or anything else, like I started streaming when I was kind of like 16 or 17 and stuff like that. And what I was talking about exclusively when I started streaming was religion. I've kind of stopped for and like you are at a massive fucking advantage here because I'm going to be rusty as all hell because the last time that I talked about religion was when I was on your live a couple of weeks ago, and the time before that was I'm going to say about 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm like yeah, I haven't talked about it. Just because look, conversations around religion, they can be kind of fun and they can be entertaining and stuff like that, like, but why I kind of moved to talk about politics is because, well, definitely prior to 2020 anyway, politics used to be, it's not just my opinion versus your opinion. It is fact versus because you can, if you used to say, right, if you said that, oh my God, if you said that Biden was a socialist, right? I can pull up a list of every single bill that Biden has both introduced and voted on, and said, well, but just by his voting record and now his governing record, he's not a fucking socialist. So you're just wrong. Like and like there is like an objective thing of like saying like no, you are just wrong. Whereas religion is very much just kind of my opinion versus your opinion. That's why I kind of there's no it was never like a way of kind of going, well, here is the proof that God doesn't exist. So you can either accept it or you can stay being, or you can just stay being wrong, right? There's like no real kind of way of doing that with religion. Look, I'll still have the debate and stuff like that. Like it's still kind of it's still fun to a degree, but just yeah.
can I ask why are you an atheist?
Uh, well, sorry, I'm trying to slip back into my kind of old streamery kind of way now, is that there isn't sufficient evidence to warrant belief.
Okay, so like, what would be your standards then? That which you would measure if there was a God or not?
Like, are you basically asking me what would make me believe in a god?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna hate me for this answer.
Uh,
I don't know, but
oh, okay.
if
I thought it
there
was an.
no, but if there is a god, then he knows exactly what it would take to convince me that he exists, and because I do not believe in a god, either he doesn't want to or doesn't care enough about me to present evidence. So,
But see, the thing is, right? God doesn't want to. So God has given us the gift of free will, right? So if He's impeding upon your free will, let's say He comes down in front of you and He says, "Stephen, I exist," yet you aren't even open to wanting to believe in Him in the first place, and He does that, He's impeding on your free will. Whereas if I'm sitting in my bed, right, and I'm kind of like agnostic, let's say, and I'm like, okay, if there is a God, show up,
mhm.
and He shows up, well, then he's not impeding on my free will because I've given him, I've opened up the barrier to say, yeah, I'm willing to see if you're there or not, right? Whereas with you, if you're saying, well, I don't believe in God, I don't believe there's evidence for a God, and you're not open to him coming down and showing himself, well, then he's actually impeding upon your free will, which I think would be worse for him to do because he's given you the gift of free will.
Um, Okay, so just to kind of respond to free will, like, are you are you like straight, gay, bi, pan, fucking poly? What would you identify as?
Like my sexuality,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
straight, straight.
Okay, so can you just choose to be gay
Can I choose to be gay?
using free will? Can you freely, willingly choose to be gay? To
I
right here, right now on this live stream, make yourself attracted to men.
could I make that's a good question. See, I don't think it's a
Because
good.
and the reason why I'm asking you is because if you can't, then does free will actually really exist?
Okay, can I respond to this
Hmm.
theologically, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure.
So so I have the Lutheran view of free will, right? So the Lutheran view of free will is that yes, we have free will, but prior to being a believer, there's a thing called the bondage of the will. So your will is bonded to sin. So we see throughout scripture that like people are slaves to sin, and this type of language is used, meaning that like let's say I was addicted to smoking, right? So the way God would judge someone who's addicted to smoking versus someone who freely chooses to smoke would be different, right? Because I'm not 100% consenting to smoke anymore if I'm addicted, because it is the sin that has influenced my will, right? So free will exists, but my will is being influenced, right? Whereas me as a believer now, let's say I pick up a packet of 20 and I decide free willingly to smoke that packet of 20 until I vomit, I have decided to commit grave sin. So I decided to just harm myself for no apparent reason and destroy my body. Whereas if I was an addict, it would be different, right? So the thing is with homosexuality, someone who is, let's say they become a Christian and they're still facing temptation of homosexuality and they're fulfilling that desire, their will is bonded to that homosexuality. So God would judge them differently than, let's say, someone like me who's freed from homosexuality, who gets up and says, you know what, I'm just going to be gay right now and performs a homosexual act. I would be judged differently because my will isn't bonded to it anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you could flip that and say, so like I got engaged recently, right? And I'm still not
Oh well,
married.
congratulations.
Thank you very much, bro. And if I choose to give in to my lust and do the marital act prior to marriage, well then that would have been an influence on my will. So I have free will, but there would have been an influence of it of lust. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but could you then not argue that because you are I kind of forget exactly how you had said it, but like because you are bonded to a heterosexual relationship, then is that not even though you are freely engaging in sex outside of marriage, but because you are bonded to a heterosexual relationship, is that not basically what you were saying, and that you will be judged differently for it because you are not going so like basically if you were gay, right, and if you were bonded to that, but then you chose to have sex with a woman, then you would be engaging in sex which is something that you are not bonded to. And I'm just using your kind of, language and
When,
terms for it and stuff like that.
when I say bondage of the will, is that their will is impeded upon by a different influence, right? So, like, if I use a biblical example, we see in the garden, Eve knew to eat from the tree of good and evil was wrong, but the
No,
devil
she didn't.
influenced her
No, she
to
didn't.
eat from it.
No, she
Huh?
didn't.
I can show you.
No, the apple of Eden was uh basically it was like if you eat of the tree of the or sorry, if you eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge, then you will have an understanding of right and wrong. So like you would basically, if you can imagine yourself having absolutely no understanding, like no no understanding of the consequences of right and wrong. It was only after Eve ate the apple that she then gained the knowledge of right and wrong. So she had so from
But,
her perspective before eating it, she had no idea that disobeying God when he said don't eat that fruit, she had no understanding that that was a wrong thing to do.
but it says here in Genesis chapter 2, right? Verse 15. Then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to tend and keep it. Verse 16. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. And the Lord God said, it is not good, right, that man should be alone. And then he makes him a helper. If we go on then to chapter 3, it says that it talks about the serpent, how they were more cunning. And he said to the woman, has God indeed said, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, we may eat the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, you shall not eat it, nor shall you touch it, lest you die. So she knew that she would die if she touched it or ate it.
Yes, but she didn't know that that was a wrong thing to do.
But she was told not to do it, though.
You're told
So,
not to do it, yeah, but I mean, it's like me telling you not to go outside,
but
and
what
you
the,
being like, well, why? And I say, well, because if you go outside, then you're going to be stabbed to death. But if you
but they
then, but if you don't then understand the consequences of what might happen if you disobey me, well, then like, what's to stop you from going outside?
because the problem was that she gave authority first of all to the serpent when the authority lied within God's hands, right? God is the creator. The serpent was a creation. Why is she listening to the serpent rather than the God who created her? And she also disobeyed her husband as well.
I mean, like, the knowledge of good and evil. Well, if you see, like, it's difficult, man, because you can't trying to imagine yourself without the knowledge of what is good and what is evil, and then the consequences of those actions. Trying to imagine, like, it's really fucking difficult to imagine yourself without that ability. But if you didn't have it, then then like you have absolutely no understanding. You have the mind of a toddler. Um, when if you do something that you're told not to do, but you don't know like the consequences of it, and you're not like 100% sure of what they are going to be or how severe they are going to be, and you only acquire that skill after you eat it. It's
Because
yeah.
they're made in the image of God. Don't forget that part, right? So they don't have the mind of a toddler. They're living in perfection at that point, and they're
But if
made
they
in
don't
the
have a
image.
knowledge of good and evil, they didn't have it prior to eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge.
So, but they had a mind of perfection, right?
Well, clearly
If they,
not. If they didn't have a knowledge of good and evil, then how can you call that perfection?
but there still was evil, so we can still compare it to something else.
There was evil in the Garden of Eden.
The serpent,
Well,
Lucifer.
yeah,
So there was something to compare it to, right? God was the embodiment of perfection. The garden itself was perfection, a perfect creation, and Adam and Eve were a perfect creation, whereas the serpent wasn't. Yet they listened to something that wasn't perfect rather
because
than something that was
because
perfect.
because they because they didn't know who was good and who was evil. They didn't know that God was all good and that the serpent was the devil, and that he was evil. The knowledge it is the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. So they can't,
But
prior
basically,
to
what this
eating it, you can't know. You can only go off of, well, I just told you so. You don't know, you don't possess the knowledge that God is good and that the devil is evil.
but so like basically what the devil done was he came along and said 2 plus 2 was 5, whereas we all know 2 plus 2 is 4, right? So he's contrary to everything else, the serpent in the garden.
Yeah, actually, not necessarily. It was actually the serpent who said 2 plus 2 is 4, and God who said 2 plus 2 is 5. Because as you just read out, um, God said to them that if you eat of the fruit, that they will die, and they didn't. They lived for hundreds of years afterwards.
They died. When God talks about death, right? Death wasn't even a thing, so they still died. It never was that you will die straight away. They did die. They were going to live eternally like God. They were made in the image and likeness of God. God is eternal. So the minute that they ate that fruit, death crept into the picture because they were separated from eternity. So if they're separated from eternity, what's the opposite of eternity? Uh, it would, I actually don't know what the word would be, but it means that there's now an
Finite?
end. What would it be?
Finite?
Finite. Exactly. That's what it is, right? So now their life is finite.
Yeah, but sorry, I'm still trying to kind of wrap my head around the fact that you had said that death was not in the picture, but they died, but it was only, but
If you're
but they
separated from
can't
God,
have died though because they lived for hundreds of years afterwards.
they lived for hundreds of years and then died.
But yeah, but what God told them was that if you eat of the fruit, you will die.
And they did. Not
Yeah,
straight
but
away,
yeah,
though. He doesn't
but
say
not
you
for
will die
hundreds of
on the spot.
years.
He didn't say you will die on the spot, though.
Well, technically true, yes, but I mean, like, I just don't like. Oh, I just don't understand how it can be kind of remotely kind of seen as a consequence of like death being a consequence of eating the fruit if you didn't die for hundreds of years.
Well, like, it's definitely a consequence because they were supposed to be eternal.
Right, but I mean, like, did so? Is it your belief then, kind of biblically or otherwise, that Adam and Eve did not make it back into heaven after they died?
Oh, definitely they did because they repented.
So then they,
100
so then they gained everlasting life.
Exactly.
So then they didn't die then.
Beginning, God works on their redemption because God is all loving. So he gave them an option for redemption. The minute
Wait,
he
but then I
found,
was right. Then they didn't die. They lived for hundreds of years afterwards. They
but
okay, technically died, but then they got into heaven where they live forever.
so
That's
when
not
we hear,
death.
when God says, right, when Jesus says, like, believe in me and you will have everlasting life, right? He's talking about you will have him. You will be in the presence of God because God is everlasting life, right? So when they ate the fruit, they were cut off from God's presence. They were kicked out of the garden. So they were removed from eternity. The garden was heaven on earth. They were removed from that, meaning they were removed from the source of life. Because what tree did they eat from? The tree of life. So if they're removed from that tree, they now have no access to life. What did they do then to redeem themselves to be able to be in God's presence again? They would sacrifice animals, they repented, this, that, and the third, right? And then when they died, they joined God. Well, they weren't in heaven, they were in Abraham's bosom. And then after all of that, when Jesus died on the cross, that's when heaven and hell became a thing, right? But we won't get into that. Um, but yeah, so
Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of what I was kind of talking about before. I mean, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that particular point. We can move on to like a different one though. You know what I mean?
I I don't mind. Yeah, I'd say it's agree to disagree then. Yeah.
Um,
Can I actually can
mhm.
I
Yeah,
call
no,
it
no,
to
go on.
the bathroom? Is that
Yeah,
cool?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Burst head, man,
Right.
burst head, burst head. Oh, see if I can catch up on any fucking comments that are going on there. Um, so Rob Duffy has commented a few times. Sorry, guys, I'm not actually looking at the live chat at the moment. Um, I'm just kind of concentrating on the conversation. Um, you can struggle. Can you just accept that you might be wrong on the issue? I think they might be talking about abortion, and no. Um, What principles apart from harm reduction guys your moral viewpoint? Um, I'm sure we'll probably get into that now that we're talking about like religion specifically, but so yeah, I don't want to kind of jump ahead of the conversation that we're currently having. I'm sure that will probably come up though. If it not, I will answer it later. Um, just because you can see the merit in doing those things doesn't mean the other might want to do those things more. Normal people can call those things evil. Well, I mean, like normal is a concept that just doesn't even fucking exist. What's normal to me might not be normal to you. So what is normal? Um, Knowing where your morality comes from, I'm sure Stephen understands the basis of harm reduction morality is absurdity and inconsistent. I'm sorry, I just don't agree. How you doing, Matt? Sorry, I was catching up on some live chat on some comments there that were going on in the live chat. I've been more so just kind of focusing on the actual conversation rather than reading live chats.
Yeah, no, I seen there's a couple of my libertarian friends in the comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say anyway. It was definitely some usernames I didn't recognize anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah. Um. So yeah. Well, was there anything else that you kind of wanted to ask me? Then we'll say.
Okay, so I see obviously free will is a what would be the word? Oh my gosh. It's like, oh my gosh, what's the word? Like it's something that stops you from believing, right?
Well, I mean, no, like the thing that stops me from believing is there isn't sufficient evidence. Free will is just something that I mean, like whether there is a God or not, I just don't think that that's a thing. I just don't think that we have. I don't think that we have free will regardless of whether a God exists or not.
Okay, wow, interesting. It's one I haven't really looked too much into.
Hmm?
And it's one argument I never actually face a lot is the whole free will thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
when it comes to like theism, like what about like you've probably heard like the argument for motion and fine tuning and all of those. Like, do they not persuade you at all?
No, not in any way, shape, or form. Fine tuning argument is probably the worst argument that I've heard.
Really?
Yeah,
Even Hitchens says that is like the best argument he heard.
I would strongly doubt that. I would have to look into what
Yeah,
Hitchens said
the
about it.
video Hitchens,
Um, but
Dawkins
yeah,
also said the best argument.
I mean, like, have you heard the rebuttal against the fine tuning argument?
No, if you want to give it.
So, well, I may butcher it because again, it's been a while since I've heard it, but it's the sentient puddle argument, which is that um a puddle that has formed as a cause of rain into a pothole that's on the road, it comes to life and it thinks, my God, this hole is perfectly shaped for me. It must have been created just for me, rather than the pothole was already there. It rained. It only filled up so much. So like the pothole was already so the hole wasn't formed for the puddle. The puddle came and it occupied the existence that was already there. It wasn't made for that puddle. So to extrapolate that up, right? This universe, Earth, was not fine tuned for us. If anything, we are finely tuned for it.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I don't have a response because, yeah, I actually don't have a response. That's a good argument, though. That's really good. And I've thought about that myself before. I'm like, we just kind of maybe evolved to be able to live here. It's a good argument. What about like the argument for motion? That's the one I usually use.
I'm unfamiliar with that from the title. I may have heard of that argument, but just not like given its title. So do you want to just kind of go through it and I'll...
Yeah, so like if everything either has the active potential or the passive potential to be in motion, right? Sorry, excuse me.
You're good, man.
Man, I'm addicted to Coke Zero. It's bad. Uh, so if something has the active potential or the passive potential to be in motion, let's say a ball, it's either standing still or it's in motion already. Something has to have put it into motion. We can keep going back that everything has to be put in motion by something else. meaning then there has to be a prime mover that is unmoved, an unmoved mover, which we would say is God.
Right, but so like just to maybe kind of save ourselves a couple of I've heard at least maybe kind of extremely similar arguments to that, but so like just in maybe kind of like an effort of kind of um saving ourselves a couple of steps along this argument. If I was to say then, well, like if you go back so far, well, like if you're basically kind of saying that, you know, the earth came into existence, which was made by a god, and then it was the universe, which was made by a god, and on, so on, or all back. If I was then to say to you, oh well, then who created God? Well, then like, no one created God because he exists outside of space. Like, is that even generally the idea or the like kind of argument that you're going down, that he exists outside of space and time?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference between something that exists outside of space and time and something that doesn't exist at all?
What is the difference between something that exists? Sorry, give me one sec
You're
here.
good. You're good. You're good, man. Take your time.
Sorry. What is the difference that's something that exists within space and time and something
Outs
that
no.
exists at all?
So, what is the difference in something that exists outside of space and time and something that does not exist at all?
The difference would be something that exists within space and time is finite, whereas
Outside
something
of space and
is,
time. Outside of space and time.
and then something that exists outside of space and time would be infinite, right? Whereas something that doesn't exist at all doesn't exist
But why if it exists outside of space and time is it infinite?
because it's not confined to space. So there's no time that it came into existence. There's no point in time it came into existence. It's not confined by any space, and it's immaterial, which is the description of actually God.
But I
So
mean, like,
God,
but like that's what I'm saying. Something that is immaterial, that exists outside of space and time. What's the difference between that and something that doesn't exist at all?
because something that doesn't exist at all doesn't exist. So like,
But I mean, the like only kind of parameters that we have to like codify something as existing is within space and time. It's completely relative to us.
how do you measure love then? Is love measured by time, space, matter?
Well,
Love is material,
no, love is an emotion.
and yeah, exactly, right? So we could say maybe there's a point in time when love begins, but it's also immaterial and it's not confined by space. Okay, here's a better
No,
example.
no,
Maths.
no, I really don't like that argument. So you had said that you were engaged, and obviously, if you are engaged, then you love the person that you're with. Do you remember like the like date, day, and time down to the second where you were?
Yeah.
That's not how love works, though, man. Like love works. Love is gradual. You don't start out as like there is not
Oh, I
there is
get what
not
you're
kind of
saying.
like, you go to sleep on Tuesday very, very fond of them and you wake up on Wednesday morning in love with them. That's just not how that works, right? It's extremely gradual, and it only comes into effect over time. So
Okay,
love
here's
depends on time in order to exist.
can I give you a better example?
Sure.
Mathematics, right? We know mathematics are, first of all, immaterial, right?
Yeah.
Secondly, they're infinite. Maths is infinite, right? And then it's not confined by space. So where did maths proceed from?
Um Jesus, I really wish I had talked to my friend Leo before I had joined this. No, like if I'd have known that that question was going to come up, I genuinely don't know. My friend Leo is he's. I am as well. I am also on the autism spectrum, but oh my god, I mean, like Leo is like he bathes in autism, like he's really fucking autistic. So like the whole kind of like math stuff, like in physics and all that sort of stuff, like that's his fucking wheelhouse. Um, I am. I can only say that I don't have enough kind of knowledge of that particular topic in order to answer it properly. And so I think like me giving any sort of a half-arse answer is just not going to be. I'm just doing myself a disservice if I was to do that. So I literally I just don't know enough about that subject to answer that
It's
question
definitely
properly.
not, though, because if you think about it, this is something that kind of goes against your argument on you said, if what's the difference between something that's outside of space and time and something that doesn't exist at all? Well, maths is one of those examples.
But I mean, like through like a mathematical formula, you can prove something now that
Yeah, but
does
it's still
exist in space and time.
like like logic, right? Logic would be the same as maths. Logic is discovered, it's immaterial, it's not confined by space, time, or matter. So yeah, we can put it down on paper, but that doesn't mean that's logic on paper. Logic just exists and it's infinite. It's discovered. It's not created. Same with maths. Same with reason. The same thing I could say for our consciousness. Why can we trust our own consciousness? Like, where does our consciousness even come from?
Well, I mean, like
Like,
why you can trust your consciousness is because it continues to provide accurate results.
yeah, but all of us, like, accurate results according to what, though?
Well, I
According
mean,
or according to the consensus of everyone else's consciousness?
well, no, but I mean, so if you were to arrive at a particular conclusion, right, and then in order to have that verified, I mean, like the scientific method is like the single greatest um like I personally think it's the single greatest thing that humanity has ever invented because it's not subject to interpretation. It's not subject to one person says so and so everybody else is wrong. It's repeatable. So if I draw a certain conclusion, right, and I then present that. If you then take all of the resources and all of the data and all of the everything that I have and replicate it, if you get a similar answer, then it like builds up its reliability. And if you get to a separate answer, then we have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we got to like separate answers. So reasoning through that method can be, absolutely be relied on if it's repeatable and you still get to the same sorts of answers and stuff like that by like testing it over and over and over again. You can absolutely do that because like I mean like obviously like pretty much all of physics relies on uh, maths, but I mean I know that if I drop that it's going to drop at 9.8 meters per second squared, and it does it every single time
Really, does it?
outside of like a strict vacuum. Yes.
Oh, I'm not really a physics guy. I never knew that. That's
I
very
am
interesting.
I am not either. I am not either. I am like completely talking about my extremely limited understanding of physics. But I mean like yeah, so outside of like an exact like a strict vacuum. So for example, it's stupidly interesting actually, by the way. If you look up like some experiments of someone dropping a bowling ball and a feather inside of a perfect vacuum, they both hit the ground at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, no, no, no. It's like super, super, super interesting. But like obviously in like our kind of exact space now where we are not in a vacuum. If I drop something, it's going to drop at eight, yeah, at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Wouldn't you say though, if you're kind of a physics guy, Wouldn't you believe in the second law of thermodynamics that kind of refutes your atheistic view?
That something cannot be created or destroyed, or is there that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
That order doesn't come from disorder.
But that's not the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Mm,
I'm not. I mean, like again, layman's understanding here. I'm 99% sure. Second law of thermodynamics. Uh,
no, it's not that.
entropy
Oh,
always increases. The principle explains, for example, how you cannot unscramble an egg. The second law of thermodynamics is states that a process states that processes that involve the transfer or conversion of a heat energy are irreversible and always move towards disorder. I
Yeah.
always
So
thought that it was fucking. It's one of. It's the first law. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I was wrong. It's the first law of it that energy cannot be created or destroyed. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily refute atheism, though, either. Because I mean, like, if we go like far enough back into kind of like our own space time, well, the universe kind of not necessarily like came into being, but like as we kind of like understand it from our relativistic perspective, then uh the universe basically kind of started at the point of the Big Bang. Now, a very unrealistic, unimaginably common response to that is, well, what was there before the Big Bang? And the strong answer is we don't know. It could have been. There are any number of different theories. It could have been the case of it was one universe collapsing into itself, which then after it expanded, that's what we look at as the Big Bang, which is the creation of our universe. There's yeah, I mean, also the like just the name of the Big Bang, I mean, I just have like personal disagreements with, because it wasn't a bang. It's not as if it exploded. It was just a rapid expansion. But yeah, look, I don't know. It's yeah, I don't think that it like refutes atheism anyway at all, you know.
um, I think it's illogical though.
How so?
Well, like your belief is that an explosion created everything. Well, a rapid expansion created everything.
Well, I mean, eventually, yeah, after the process of evolution, yeah.
But that just goes against the second law of thermodynamics, that basically disorder led to order. That's what you believe.
Um, no, because it wasn't necessarily disorderly. I mean, we only had like a couple of basic kind of fundamental elements.
What were they?
You're really stretching my knowledge of physics here. Or it's kind of getting into chemistry now, which I have
So yeah, you're
non-existent.
saying a
Um,
primordial soup led
but yeah, is it
to
like hydrogen and fuck, it wasn't oxygen. Hydrogen and it was one other noble gas. I am genuinely at a loss of um what the other gas was. But I know that it was only kind of like, it was only just like two of like the kind of like blah, 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 two of the noble gases that then like eventually, after kind of like stars being created or dying and then creating supernovas and then like rock formations and stuff like that, like eventually, like we're talking about literally billions of years here, that eventually kind of made Earth, and then a process of kind of um like a superly like hot planet, and then an ice age, and then blah, 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 to
it was
eventually
all
to
all
us.
a cosmological accident.
It was all sorry.
It's all a cosmological accident. So me and you sitting
Um,
here and it's just an accident.
I mean, I'm not necessarily struggling with. I just wouldn't use the word accident, but essentially yes.
So what's the point then to life whatsoever?
Um, a bit of an existential question you've just asked me there.
Like if we're gonna be consistent, like let's say like the way Camus looked at it, like if we're gonna be consistent, he said you're better off just ending your life. Oh, I can say commit suicide here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the meaning of life. Like, it's not kind of like one or two things. I mean, like it's such a I mean, like there are like millions of reasons for of life. It's not just like one. Um,
But they don't really mean anything if
well,
it's
I
all in.
mean, like what gives life meaning is death. The fact that you are not going to be here forever. That's what gives life meaning.
Yeah, but
To
that's
me
subjective.
anyway, because like just the fact that I am not and I mean, it's also why I kind of look, even if I was to die and was kind of presented before God and whatever else, I wouldn't want to live forever. I just personally just wouldn't want to. um I understand that the Bible kind of describes heaven as like, eternally blissful. I don't care how blissful it is eternal. Eventually I will get bored. It's
Bro, this is crazy because when I first became a Christian, this is the question I used to ask all the time. I'm like, bro, like when does it actually end? Yeah.
but yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna be sitting up there like when is it gonna end? Especially for me, someone who I think I think I definitely do have ADD. Um it's like when I get to finally go to bed at the end of the day, it's like a break, you know? But then as you said, it's eternally blissful. Like there would be no feeling of boredom
Mm,
because you're in a perfect state. So that was a good answer for me then. It made a lot of sense then. Like I
yeah,
wouldn't have the ability to be bored or want to be out of there.
but I don't know. Like, I just kind of think that like the fact that we know that we are not going to be here forever, and the fact that we know that we all eventually will die. Like, I just think that that's what gives meaning to the here and now. I think that's what gives meaning to going out and experiencing things. Like it's what motivates me to kind of want to meet up with my mates, or like do something that I enjoy, or like have some fun, or you know meet someone, settle down, have a like that. Like that's what gives life meaning, is the fact that it is going to end eventually, and so you need to kind of take note of each and every single day, and don't just fucking waste it. Like, but look, like that's a little bit kind of simplistic almost of an answer. We are all going to have days like where we're just like, I am lying in fucking bed and I am not moving for the entire day. We've all had fucking days like that. But it's just, broadly speaking, like it's like just about appreciating like what we have now, and the fact that we are alive now, and we know that we are not going to be. I just think that that's just what motivates you to go out and to want to, you know, work hard, so you can kind of be able to kind of comfortably settle down with someone, get a house, blah 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 blah. The whole kind of American ideal of a white picket fence and blah, 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 and 2.4 kids, right? Like that whole kind of idea, right? It's Yeah, I just think that that's just what gives it meaning. Like, so
Two point
my
four.
But yeah, I mean, like it's the like average amount of like kids that were born in, like, I don't know, like the 60s and 70s and stuff like that, like stuff that like they will kind of look back on as like the glory days. So it's like a white picket fence and
The
2.4
nuclear
kids.
family.
But yeah, 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 yeah. But my like kind of point is, just to kind of tie this back, why I don't why I can't view eternal life as blissful is because, well, if you know that it's never going to end, well, then what's the motivation to do something now or to do something tomorrow or next week or next month? What is the motivation? If you know that you have a million years ahead of you, well, what's the point in doing something now? I can just wait and I can just put it off until fucking 20,000 years from now. Do you know, like
Are
the
you on
fact?
about when you're in heaven?
Yeah.
In heaven, there is no space. There is no time.
Well then, how is it eternal? Because you said earlier in this conversation that uh, only
It's
something.
outside of space, time, and matter. So there is no time. You can't say, "Oh, well, I'll leave it till tomorrow," because there is no tomorrow. There is no yesterday. There's no past, present, or future. You're in the now, and
But
that's it.
we only understand eternity as a concept based on time. Eternity can only exist if it's within time. Because if it's
No,
out, well, because if it's outside of space and time, sure, then like how long does it last for, and how can you say that it's
that's
eternal?
that would be endless time, right? But it's in comparison to our finite time that we're in now. Well, God is outside of our finite time, and He's in infinity. So there's a point in time we'll go to heaven, right? But then we're in eternity. We're no longer confined to space, time, or matter.
But again, it's just like how can you classify it as eternity if it's without time? That just seems like an oxymoron to me. It doesn't it
No,
doesn't it doesn't make sense. It's like saying um that you can have
eternity
no,
doesn't
but
have a point in time where it started. Our time
but
has a
yeah,
point in
but
time where
in
it
order to
started.
experience eternal blissfulness, to say that that exists somewhere outside of time, it's like saying that you can have a cheeseless, tomatoless, breadless pizza. Like that's just pepperoni. Like it's something else entirely. Like you can't have a pizza without the intricate, like without all of the parts that make up a pizza. You can't call it a pizza. It's something else entirely. So if you have eternal bliss outside of time, will we only recognize something as eternal or infinite or finite if it exists within time? If
But
it's
we would have
outside
the
of time,
knowledge
then
of time
but then how can you have the knowledge?
because
How
we
can you
used to.
have the knowledge of eternal bliss if it's outside of time? Because you could argue that you don't have the time to recognize that it is eternal bliss if there is no time to experience it in. Like, does it happen in a fraction of a second and it's just an overwhelming feeling that you have? Does it last for any amount of time?
Like
Like
this is where
relative to our position, or like the answers
this
are
is where
almost endless.
we would have to appeal to mystery. Uh, I'm trying to think. See, I haven't studied enough of Thomas Aquinas to be able to answer these questions. Yeah, nah, yeah, this one I would have to go to my Thomist friends, my friends who study philosophy. Like
Hmm.
this one I don't have an answer for. It's an interesting point that you're making. What I would appeal to is the mystery of faith. In this moment, and I would also say, if you had previous knowledge of time, and let's say, and also you have previous knowledge of death and these type of things, now you can compare it to that past that you used to have, but I feel like there's definitely a better answer that I don't have right now. Could you actually say that again? I know I have it recorded here on the live.
Yeah,
It's an interesting question.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, like, so just to kind of, in an effort of kind of changing tactics a little bit, and to almost kind of flip the opposite question that you originally asked me. I mean, like, why do you believe God?
Why do I believe in God?
Yeah.
Well, like, I could go with my subjective experience, and then I can also go with, like, I think the evidence obviously points towards there being a God. Like, I believe in objective morality and truth. I believe the resurrection did happen. I believe that we need a God. So obviously, like the argument for motion, as I said, an unmoved mover, the primal cause of everything. I would say that was God. Um, and the objective moral argument really moves me quite a lot as well. Like, why is something right or wrong? I would say that we have a perfect God that has created the law. That, well, not created the law, because the law proceeds from Him. Um, and all of these other qualities like reason, right? Logic, justice. Where do these things proceed from? I would say from God. So, and then my own subjective experience as well.
Right, but well, in what way would you say that morality derives from God?
Um, that so I believe in a thing called absolute divine simplicity, right? So like that, God is love, God is justice, God is the actual attribute. It's not that they are attributes of Him. So He is perfection, and He is um objectively morally good, right? So in His nature, if He's perfect and perfection proceeds from Him, anything that is contrary to God is then immoral or wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But is something okay? So is something moral because God says it is, or is it that no, no,
Basically,
no?
yeah.
What's the
It
so?
would be basically that, right? Because if God is God of the universe and He created us, anything that opposes His view, let's say, I say, well, no, actually, no, killing isn't wrong. Well, it's like, who am I to say killing isn't wrong in comparison to a perfect God, right? Because that's the thing. If we're going to do an eternal critique, God is perfect in His nature, whereas we aren't. So then His judgment would outweigh ours.
But I mean, like, can we agree that God has asked us to do immoral things? Or
No,
sorry, can God? So okay, can God ask you to do something immoral? And if He does ask you, is it then the moral thing to do because He has asked you to do it?
no,
So just to kind of put like some kind of examples in it, right? Because I like know that that's kind of whatever. But if God asks you to, okay, well, no, I won't even actually kind of make it personal to you. Was was God acting morally when He asked Abraham to kill his son?
yeah,
But one of His 10 commandments is "Thou shalt not kill." So was
yes.
he correct when He asked Abraham to kill his son, or was He correct when He said "Thou shalt not kill"? It cannot be both.
It's a really good question. So the thing is that thou shalt not kill obviously is our definition of, like, it would be the same definition that we agree with on murder, right? When God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son, it was a thing that God had given him that son, right? And told him basically to sacrifice what had been given to him, right? And also, another thing is the 10 Commandments weren't actually a thing at that point.
Right. So did God change His mind on what was and wasn't moral?
No, 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 of course not. But how do I
Well, He
explain this?
kind of did, though, because if you're saying that God acted morally when He asked Abraham to kill his son, but then gave a moral instruction, a list of 10 of them, which included "Thou shalt not kill," then He had to have changed His mind.
It's so it's not that he changed his mind, right? Why God sent the commandments down in the first place was, how do I explain this? So I'll use an example. How the church considers if something is a heresy or not is only at times when it's actually when it pops up. So how do I explain this? Right. So the church deemed at a council that Jesus is God because there was a man going around trying to convince everybody that Jesus wasn't God. So that's when they called for the Council of Nicaea to determine that Jesus was God, right? So God sends his commandments to Moses at a time where people are killing, a time where people are what the heck is that? Are worshiping are worshiping false gods, a time where people are lying, a time where people are committing adultery, right? So he sends it at a time where these things have already popped up. So with Abraham and his son, it wasn't a thing where like it was on the stone, like the stone tablets, but God still would obviously consider it immoral to unjustifiably kill somebody, right? But it obviously wasn't unjustifiable in that moment when he asked him to sacrifice his son unto him.
But why was it justifiable? Was it just because God said so?
See, I don't want to go with that. I don't want to go with that. I really don't want to go with that. I should know the answer to this. That's really annoying me. I can't say I don't know either, but it'd be prideful if I try to come up with an answer. It's just me being prideful, you know.
Just as a slight time there, user look out for number one there in the live chat is just saying that I'm stepping into dangerous areas because if I asked him if, or, like why God did something, then I am actually acknowledging the existence of a God. Not necessarily. I am asking
No, you're
on
doing
the
it in terms.
presumption that a God exists. Like I am presuming that if Rob's God claim is correct, and like and that would then include the words that are in the Bible. On the presumption that that is correct, you're then kind of asking questions. So yeah, that would just be my only kind of thing on that. I like can absolutely kind of see you commenting in the live chat and everything else, and yeah, but I just had to just kind of say that. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say you're stepping into it. Like you're
Yeah,
just
yeah,
doing
yeah, 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 yeah.
it.
It's not me conceding. Okay, fine. God does exist, but only for these next couple of minutes now. Whilst yeah, no, no, no. It's
No.
just yeah.
I actually looked up why was it okay for Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, and it's really a thing of like people are saying like God didn't want Isaac to die because one thing we would teach as Christians is that even if Abraham done it, which we know he wouldn't have, right? Because God didn't want Isaac to die. Even if he did do it though, God would have raised Isaac from the dead, right? Because it would then contradict that God had made a covenant with Abraham to give him a son. God had promised him, I will give you a son. He gave him a son. And then it was a test to see if Abraham loved his son more than he loved God, right? So when he seen that he was about to do it to Isaac, he got his answer that he knows within Abraham's heart, he loved God more than he loved his son, right? That's what obviously God wants from us as Christians, let's say, right?
Right.
But if God let him go through with the act, then I think it's a thing where it is immoral. But it wasn't his intention for him because it would be contradicting then the promise he had made to Abraham.
Yeah. Okay. So two kind of relatively quick things. I'm completely and utterly failing to see the morality in that entire situation, and also if I was to do exactly what God did in that scenario, you would call me a sadist. If I was
How?
to have, if I was to hold your entire family captive, right, and ask
Mm-hmm.
you which one you loved more, your mother or your sister, right? Hypothetically, assume that you have one if you don't. And you were to answer me to say that your mother. If I was to say then, right, okay, well, kill your sister to prove that you love your mother more. If I was to force you to do that, you'd call me a sadist. There would be
Yeah,
something severely wrong with me if I was to force you to do that. Even if
didn't
I
force.
told you to back out, even if I told you to back out at the last second, well, okay, if I didn't force you then, but if I told you to do it in order to prove that you love one more than the other,
I would no,
you wouldn't view me as a
because
monster if I was to do that?
no, no, not if the same scenario happened here. No.
So if I was to hold, well, I kind of take you out of it, right? Because I'm asking you the question. If I was to hold a family for ransom and asked one member of the family who they loved more, their mother or their father, and they said their father, if I was to then say, okay, well then kill your mom to prove that you're not lying to me, you don't think there's anything wrong with me in that scenario?
I'm laughing because like, oh my gosh, like it is. Um,
Like I've
is
just
it?
I've just written an episode of Criminal Minds, by the way. Can I just like because like that's like exactly what you would.
Mm, um, is it sadistic? If you love your mom more than your dad, kill your dad. I'm acting it out right
Mm-hmm.
now. Kill him. Kill him. Hi. It's a very good point. I'm just deeping it. Like, I'm deeping it. And it's not that I want to go down this route then of like finding an answer that satisfies my mind and cools everything down,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because there's more to everything of God than just this one scenario. Do you know what I mean? And it's like I could say my intuition is saying it's sadistic, but then it would also go against my argument that obviously I believe that God's nature is perfect. So my belief could be wrong because, well, if God's perfect and I'm not, who am I to say, well, he's wrong for that? Do you understand what I'm saying? But my intuition is pointing towards like that is in your scenario, it is sadistic.
But I mean, you had said earlier in the stream that you've argued with Muslims. I'm sure you've asked them whether it was morally permissible for the Prophet Muhammad to marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage at a 9. I'm sure you would agree that that is not morally permissible, but Muslims would worship the same God you do. So
No, no, they don't worship same God as me.
yes, they do.
No, they don't believe in the Trinity.
Yes, they do. They worship the same God you do. Have you not read the story of Isaac and Ishmael?
They no, they don't. They don't worship the triune God. So I believe in the Father, Son, and Spirit. They only believe in Allah and that He is one in His essence.
But yes, but it's the same God that you believe in. The
Yeah, but
story of
my God,
Isaac and Ishmael is in the story of Isaac and Ishmael is in the Old Testament, which is the same God that you believe in.
yeah, like Mormons say they believe in the same God, right? But it's not my God because my God doesn't say you can marry kids. My God doesn't identify as one in essence. Well, they share the same essence, but they're in three persons, right? But if I say to you, right, if you go around the street and you say, yeah, I know Rob, and you're saying Rob is 36 years old, he's actually white and he has blonde hair, but that's the Rob from TikTok. I know him. People are going to be like, that's not Rob. Is 24. He is brown and has black hair because they know me, right? So Muslims say, yeah, we believe in the same God as the of the Bible, but they have perverted the God of the Bible to suit their religion. God's first commandment is, thou shalt have no other gods before me. They have created a God in their own likeness, their own likelihood. They've made up a God that suits them, a God that says it's okay to marry children. The Bible doesn't say you can marry children.
No, the
um,
Bible doesn't say it, it's but
they've made up
it's
false.
still the same God that you believe in. Because if it's
The
not, then
false.
what's the difference between, well, the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament?
The God of the Old Testament is the exact same as the God of the New Testament.
Well, then Muslims worship the same God you do.
No, because the God of the Old
But the
Testament
story
is
of
trying.
Isaac and Ishmael comes from the Old Testament,
Okay, but
which their
Isaac,
lineage then is the Prophet Muhammad, which which is said to have been sent by the God of the Old Testament. And if there is no
yes,
difference
you
between
can
the God
say
of the
that.
Old
Okay,
Testament and the New Testament, then the God that the God that Jewish people, Christians, and Muslims worship is all the same God.
Joseph
It's
Smith
just
said Jesus
different.
Christ.
Well, Joseph
Joseph
Smith
Smith.
was just wrong, okay?
But see,
Because
you can't say that. No, because Joseph
he
Smith
said that
is the
he
exact
said
same
that
as
Jesus was
Muhammad.
in fucking Massachusetts. Yes, yes, I can absolutely say that he was just wrong. Okay,
Yes,
Mormons just no. Um,
Muhammad said that he was raped in a cave by an angel and was given that his wife, who was like 45 years older than him, told him that he was the final prophet. And then he went off, who was illiterate, spoke to a Jewish rabbi and spoke to a Catholic priest, twisted the Bible, made up his own doctrine for his own lusts, married a bunch of people, including children, told a bunch of men that they can rape kids, right, and rape hostages, and then said, yes, this is all coming from the same God from the Bible, when it wasn't. He's just as bad as Joseph Smith. He twisted the words of the Bible, right? He picked what he liked and what he didn't like, said that God is not a trinity. That's the biggest thing. If you say that God is not triune, that is not the same God. The God of the Bible is triune.
but the God of the Old Testament isn't.
The God of the Old Testament is triune.
Without
I can show
without
so many.
Jesus?
Huh?
Without Jesus?
So just because Jesus wasn't incarnate doesn't mean that in heaven they weren't triune. So we believe in the Father, Son, and Spirit. The Son is the Word, right? In the New Testament, we see the Word became flesh, but the Word is still eternal, right? That word in the Greek, the word is logos, which is the speech of God. So John chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, right? Then the word became flesh. So we have the Father, the Son, who is the Word, and then we have the Spirit. All three are co equal and are all God, but they're three distinct persons. Whereas in the Quran, there's only one God. He has nobody that is like him, nothing like that. It's just one. So that's not the same God as the Bible. If you go to the Old Testament, there's plenty of places where there's a distinction between the Father, Son, and Spirit. Isaiah 48:16, um, Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, it says, the word of the Lord came to Abram and spoke to him in a vision. There's always this distinction between the Word, the Spirit, and the Father.
Okay.
That's the biggest contention between Islam and Christianity. They believe we're pagan because we believe in the Trinity, and they believe in the one Allah. But I think that's illogical to say that He's one. To say that He's one, first of all, goes against their own belief, right? If they're saying that Allah is one, He's like creation. They say that Allah can never be like creation. But if He's one, He's singular, He's like creation then. There's plenty of illogical fallacies and stuff with their God. It makes no sense. And then Muhammad was just a false prophet. That's it. He was just a false prophet.
Okay. I But there's another couple of things that I could kind of say on that, but just to kind of get back to I just wanted just because okay, sorry, I just want to ask you just this one
Of
question.
course. Of course.
Do you think that there is anything that is incorrect in the Bible?
Do I think there's anything incorrect in the Bible? No. Now, I don't worship the Bible, right? The reason I believe in the Bible is because Jesus resurrected from the dead. I don't believe in the Bible. It's not that I believe in the Bible, meaning I believe in Jesus and God. I believe in Scripture because of Jesus's resurrection, the church fathers, the early Christians that died. These things give what would be the word? It would give authority to Scripture then.
Um, well, I mean, There is like a whole host of scientific inaccuracies in just Genesis 1:1. So,
Okay.
like, do you acknowledge any incorrect things that are on Genesis 1:1, or
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Is that the one you're referring to?
well, sorry, I said 1:1. I meant kind of chapter 1, page 1. Sorry, that's my kind of fault there.
There's
But
different views of like how God created the universe. Like you could be a Christian and believe in evolution. You could believe in young Earth creationism. You could believe in old Earth creationism. You could believe in the gap theory. There's loads of different things, and we would call that adiaphora. So it doesn't really affect your salvation if you believe in one or the other. So for me, I lean towards creationism. I believe God just created it in those 7 days, and that's it. I would leave it at that, right? But I'm open to be like, okay, I could be wrong and believe in evolution if the evidence is shown. You know what I mean?
I mean, like, how did he create plants before the sun?
How did he create plants before the sun? I don't think he
I'm
did. He
fairly
made.
sure that's it's been a long time since I've read the Bible, so it could be.
I don't think he did because it says he made a. Yeah, no, because he says, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness He called night, and then He made like the lesser light and the greater light for the daytime and the nighttime. Then He made the plants. Yeah. Then it says, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb that yields seeds." So.
Yeah, I'm nearly sure that there was like
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, he
a
said, "Let the
wrong.
bring forth grass."
Well, yeah,
Then
He said, "Let the land produce vegetation." Or look, I'm sure there's some kind of like divide in the kind of translation and stuff like that, and then said, "Let there be lights." So yeah, so he created plants before the sun.
um, well, like there wasn't rain either until the time of Noah. And it says how God used a mist to water the plants. So it's a thing where prior to the fall, a lot of things weren't needed, right? So there was no need for rain prior to the fall because plants couldn't die. So there was no need for the sun because if God was already the light and could create grass and bring forth grass and herbs and these type of things, they couldn't die. Remember, as I said, when
But
they ate them,
is it not?
that's when.
Is it not a massive contradiction, seeing as you would earlier ask me about, like, how creation came about if there was no God, like essentially kind of out of nothing. Well, then didn't God just create plants out of nothing? Didn't He create Adam and Eve out of nothing? He created
Yeah,
Adam out of soil and then used his rib to make Eve, which, technically speaking, I mean, ribs, DNA, chromosomes, stuff like that, it actually would have been Adam and Steve and not Adam and Eve. But well, kind of slide on that one just slightly. I mean, like, unless you can change DNA, right? But then again, I hear from an awful lot of Christians that you can't actually do that because of trans people. So, like, I'm just kind of trying to kind of get like a grip on.
well, with the whole Adam and Eve thing, it's like nowhere does it state they were the first people. It never says that they were the first humans. It
I'm not
says
saying they were the first
they're
humans, but it
selected.
definitely says that he created Adam out of soil and he created Eve out of his rib.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, there could have already been men and women, and they could have been two that were selected.
Right, but it's just like, what I'm saying is that, like, well, how's that
Okay.
possible? Because if you can't
Yeah.
create something out of nothing, then, like, just God magic, or what? I'm not
Well, like
trying to be insensitive here, but I mean, like, that's the only possible way I can kind of say it. Like,
it's not coming from nothing; it's coming from God.
but how, but it's not possible to create a human male out of soil. That's not possible.
Why?
because that's not where humans come from. They don't come from soil. They come from well, balls originally, but you know.
But like the point I'm trying to make when I say why, when I say it like that, is like according like if we're gonna do an internal critique of God, if he's the all powerful God, of course he can do that, you know? And it's not illogical either, like for if God can do it. Like
Well,
obviously
there
God
are
can't make it
qualities that are attributed to God which are um if the, oh, what the fuck?
like God couldn't make a square a circle, right? We know that. But
No,
creating
but
well,
there are attributes that are attributed to him that are illogical.
like which?
Being perfectly just and merciful and perfectly just and perfectly merciful. Mercy is a suspension of justice.
Mercy is a suspension of justice?
Hmm? So if you basically, right, so if you imagine a guy in court, right, and the judge is after hearing all of the evidence, and there isn't any jury, so it's just the judge making the decision. After hearing all of the evidence, right, and let's say it's overwhelming that the guy did what he is, what he said that to have done, the judge can either execute justice and sentence him to like the maximum possible sentence that he can be, you know, let's say he murdered someone, so it's like 15 years, whatever else, right? He either sends him down for 15 years. So he can either execute justice, or he can be merciful and also look at the what the defense said in that, well, you know, he has, you know, a young child and doesn't have much kind of immediate family, so the child will be kind of passed from pillar to post, whatever else, and then be merciful and like give him a reduced sentence. You might only give him 5 years. The point is, you have a choice of either justice or mercy. You cannot be both, because mercy is a suspension of justice.
No, I would disagree. So like the definition here is that it's compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm, right?
That's the
So
definition of mercy.
yeah.
But then that is absolutely, because you're showing compassion. You're taking compassion into it.
So why can't God show compassion but also be justful?
Because if he is to be just, then he is without compassion.
How? So is a judge does a judge not have mercy or compassion when they send someone to jail for a crime they've committed because it's a principle of justice.
No, but they can either choose to send him away for the maximum time of say 15 years, or they can be merciful and send them away for 5 years. Either way, they're being sent away, but they are either getting the full extension of the punishment, therefore justice served, or a suspension of justice in order to be merciful and still send them away, but for a much less amount of time.
But
That is mercy.
if someone has freely chosen to not be in the presence of God when they die, why would God force them, right? That's kind of a lack of compassion to force them to be in his presence for eternity. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
So when someone sins, the wages of sin is death. They never repent. They never ask for God's mercy. God's not going to force them then to be in his presence for eternity. So when they die and they stand before God and God sends them to hell, it's only because of their own free will choice that they didn't want to be in the presence of God.
Right, but I mean, to take it back to the whole kind of judge analogy, uh, and again, I'm kind of borrowing from your worldview here, but like they in that scenario would have the free will to either execute justice or execute mercy. Anything that is that is not the like full extent of punishment for a crime. So say that the maximum sentence is 15 years, right? Even if you send them away for 14 years, that is still a suspension of justice by showing mercy and not sending him away for the full extent of what he can, like, of the prison time for the crime.
But there's only one sentence of sin, and it's death. So he can't say like you can go to hell for a year or something. It's you either choose him or you choose hell. That's the two choices. Hell is the absence of God. So if you want to be with God, that's fine. And if you don't want to be with God, that's fine. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, yeah, but like I'm still kind of like riding on this idea that like justice or that mercy is absolutely a suspension of justice.
Mercy is a suspension of justice. I've never heard this one before. It's an interesting one. See, I don't want to say that. Um, I don't know, man. I really don't know. Cause it's like nah, because if God's always active in his potential, so it's a tough one. It's really tough. This is a tough one. I'm stumped on this as well. These are good questions. These are probably like the best questions I've ever heard.
Well,
Mer-
look, not to kind of toot my own horn too much, and even though I haven't kind of talked about religion properly for like 5 years, I was talking about it for a very long time. You get kind of, you know what I mean? Like you get kind
Yeah,
of, you work on the arguments and you kind of get to the point a little bit quicker. You know what I mean?
yeah. See, the thing is, like, I usually, I never debate atheism really that much. Like, it's like the little kind of small. Like, I meet
Mm.
someone on the street that say, "Oh, I don't believe in God. I believe in science," and I'll give them like a basic little argument of why God could exist. But these ones are good arguments, and it's something I never really studied. I never really studied atheism. I more studied like Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Islam.
yeah, yeah.
But these are good arguments. You're definitely going to get me doing my research. And the thing is, if I could, oh wow, like I'm actually being dead honest with you. Like these arguments, if they lead to a logical conclusion that it's illogical to believe in God, I put my hands up right now, and I think God would even agree with me. It would be prideful for me to still say, "Oh well, yes, I still believe."
Mm.
Simple, because if it's illogical, it makes no sense. Then this is very interesting. This
And
is
look, I
ooh,
mean, like if I was to be kind of talking with someone who will say that like their entire universe kind of surrounded uh God, and that like they like felt like there was only like a point to life if God existed, or that like that was the only thing kind of holding them together. Would I argue with them about God? No, of fucking course not. I would like look, I would still kind of disagree, we would still have that disagreement, but I mean like I wouldn't dare kind of, you know if it was going to impact their kind of quality of life, would I still argue with them? No, because I'd be an evil shit in that scenario. I'm sorry, I just would. Um, it's only kind of, yeah, I mean, like, it's not that I'm saying don't do research, but I mean, like, if it was the case where, you felt like I am kind of putting an awful lot of stuff on you, and you can absolutely swat them away if you want to. But I mean, if you felt like you could only be a good person because of a belief in God, continue believing in God, because you are a nice chap. Do you know what I mean? And
and you're a good
yeah,
guy as well.
but
And
it's just like if like that was like the primary reason, continue believing in God.
mm,
That's maybe something that I shouldn't say as an atheist, you know what I mean? Because I want everybody to be kind of, like logical and correct and blah, 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 blah. But just, yeah, like anybody who like can potentially still be like a good person and functioning member of society and whatever else without a God belief, I will have a conversation with. And I do kind of think that you fall into the latter category. So,
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That's where my subjective experience of God comes in. God really did like do that that 180 on me. Like before God, I was a mess. I was a bad person. You know what I mean? Like we spoke before we went live, the stuff
Mm.
I used to like that led me to a
Yeah.
lot of trouble. I mean, so that's why it's very hard for me to just turn my back on God. But like it's a thing where if something I'm very like focused on truth as well.
Mm.
Like if I couldn't live in a lie. Do you know what I mean? Now I'm not saying God is a lie. I believe in God right now and in this very moment. You know what I mean? And God forbid the day that I turn away from God. But like if it was a thing where I was believing 2 + 2 was 5 and I figured out it was 4, I can't continue believing it as 5. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have an answer here for you. Like I do have an answer, but I don't know if it's like. See, the thing is with giving answers, and then it's either heretical or it's a wrong answer to give. Like you're defining God wrong. Then it's like I could be misleading you, or it would be a sin,
Mm.
right? Um, the answer I have is that God's mercy isn't active in its potential unless you seek His mercy. So He wills. So the thing is, right? Here's one example. In God's knowledge was creation, right? Just because something is in God's knowledge doesn't mean it's necessary for it to happen, right? Because if it was like that, then anything that's in God's knowledge must happen, such as like knowledge of himself. That means then he would create himself, right? So we don't
Okay.
believe that. We believe that just because he has knowledge of something, it's not necessary for it to happen. He can will for it to happen or not. The same way with his mercy, he wills to have mercy on everybody, right? But not everybody seeks his mercy. So that's the answer I have. It's like there is there's God wants all of the world to be saved, right? But we don't believe in a thing called universalism that everybody will be saved because that would impede on people's free will, right? So God is just and merciful. Oh, I actually have the answer. I have the answer. He is all just and all merciful, right? And he wills it, but he can't be merciful on everybody because they don't seek it, right? And he would have to be just to everybody because everybody will face God's judgment according to the Christian view, right? So if he has mercy upon somebody, it's because, let's say me, I repented. God now has mercy upon me. I stand before God. Yes, you believed in the death of Jesus Christ, burial and resurrection. I forgive you. Come into heaven. Someone stands before him who didn't, who rejected the gospel, the good news. He won't be merciful upon them because they rejected his grace and his mercy. And what grace is his unmerited mercy.
Hey, um,
Does that make any sense?
mm, I hear what you're saying. Um, Unfortunately, however, no.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
you have unfortunately just kind of said exactly what I was kind of getting at.
Right.
That if I was to die now, tonight, tomorrow, and I was to be presented before God, He could look at me, know that I lived since I was 16, not believing in God, and He can either then choose to be just and not allow me into heaven, or He can choose to be merciful and say, well, look, he was wrong. He made an oopsie. Everyone is wrong about some things. I let you into to heaven. He can choose to do either of those two things.
But
So
it contradicts his principle to allow you into heaven.
exactly, because he can't be just and merciful at the same time.
He can want to be merciful though.
He can want to be, but through
So that's
his actions, he can either be just or merciful.
that's what I'm actually saying. What I'm saying is he wants to be merciful to everybody, but according to his principles. he cannot be merciful to everybody because not everybody desires his mercy.
Yeah, so he can either be just or merciful.
So how does
We're both saying
that?
the same thing.
I must be picking you up wrong. But is your argument then trying to say that he's not God basically because he can't do the two at the same
No, no, no,
time?
no, 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 absolutely not. Um, like you could be correct, and there could be a God, but if there is, he cannot be just and merciful at the same time. That's my only point. My only point here. We're assuming that God exists
Yeah.
just for the sake of the argument. But if he does, he can't be just and merciful at the same time. Because if what
Can
you're
I?
saying is that he wants to be merciful to absolutely everybody, but it is his principles that he cannot allow somebody who does not believe in him into to heaven. If then he is faced with me, he can choose to be merciful as he wants to do, or he can rely to his principles and enact his principles and not allow me into to heaven.
But like, let's say I concede to that.
Hmm?
It's not. It's
That does
not a
not
lot.
disprove God. Does not disprove
Okay.
God. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
Okay.
no, no, no.
That's
100%. That
okay.
in and of itself does not disprove God. Not in any way,
Oh
shape,
right.
or form.
Okay. Perfect. So that's
I
where I
dude,
was stuck. That's why I was like,
I cannot disprove God. I can't do that. It is the reason why I stopped arguing religion, because I can't disprove God. But as I was kind of saying before we even got onto this topic, if you're arguing with, if like you were to say that Trump won the last election in well, yeah, well, he didn't. Like that is just true. There is facts, and there are your made up fantasies. In this, it is just like, it's my opinion on the, like, how the world works and how we like got here and everything else, being an atheist, and your opinion on it was God creation and everything else. Like that that's it. But just because there is the slightest that does not disprove God, not in any way, shape, or form. There could still be a God out there, but he's just not just and merciful at the same time. Like that, like
yeah, yeah,
that's
of
yeah,
course.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
That's the
we can
Everest of
definitely.
slight alterations to the characteristics. That's it.
Okay, yeah. So that's where I was stuck. That's why it took me ages to answer. I was like, if I concede to this, am I
No, no, no,
saying
no,
that
yeah,
God?
yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no.
Okay. So like the thing is, like when it comes to theism and atheism, we can only point to evidence of there is no God or there is a God, right? We can use logic and reason, all of those
Hmm.
things. But then within theism, we can definitely disprove different gods. That's where we were. That's where I was coming from with like Islam and stuff. Like obviously, we can prove that the Mormon God is false,
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
So, but yeah, no, I would agree with you. When it comes to theism and atheism, it's just which evidence
yeah,
weighs up.
exactly. And I mean, like, look at, like, just to kind of go back into kind of conversational stuff as well. Like, so when it comes to atheism and theism, that's theism. There's a decent kind of argument there, like stuff like that. But when it's specifically about deism with a D, I can't fucking prove that wrong.
Yeah.
Like, to be totally honest, and to kind of give myself away here a little bit, I'm way more likely to arrive at that conclusion than it's like a personal God who cares where I stick my dick, right? That's way more. Yeah, like if it was a God that just boom made the earth and then fucked off, I am way more kind of
Oh,
likely of maybe eventually to arrive at that conclusion. But that, yeah, no, that it's a God that, doesn't want me to eat shellfish and wear fabrics of mixed or clothes of mixed fabric, and doesn't want me to stick my dick in men's bottoms, then that's not really, that's not what I'm. Nah.
I wear mixed fabrics and eat shellfish.
I know, man, it's fucking delicious. But yeah, like it's just like, yeah, I don't yeah, that would be kind
What
of.
if like what if Jesus? Like I know it's probably one you've heard before. Actually, I'm just gonna run the bathroom and I'll be back. One sec, bro. 2 seconds.
Oh, fucking shit, man. We have been streaming for a very long time. What the fuck happened to my voice there? Uh, yeah, no, we've been streaming for a really, really long time. I was kind of hoping that I was gonna kind of do this and then a stream on like the second playthrough of the game. I don't know if that's gonna happen tonight, but you know, we'll see. We'll see how we go. But yeah, no, like it's a really interesting conversation. I came across Rob's live a couple of weeks ago, and it was in the lead up to the Irish general election, and where he was kind of representing himself on behalf of one kind of political party and conversations and
Yeah. So my question was, it's probably one you've heard before, but since we're like conversating and stuff,
yeah, yeah.
like if Jesus came to you in your room and spoke to you, would you believe then? Or like you had an NDE, like a near death experience or something?
The near death experience, probably no, probably not. Um, Almost definitely not. Actually, not in that scenario.
Okay.
I mean, if he appeared as like an apparition in my room, I don't know.
Mm, mm.
It's it's definitely more possible than not. Um, but yeah, no, definitely not in like a near death experience. No.
Okay. That's interesting now about the near death experience one. Because like I hear so many people, have NDEs every year, and then they end up at least believing in God, let's say, after them just yeah.
No, look, I mean, the fucking human brain can play like massive tricks on you. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like anybody who has taken DMT, like, can tell you that like the brain gets it gets pretty fucking trippy when it's when it thinks that you're gonna die. It gets
Yeah.
popped some freaky shit into you there, like,
Yeah.
um, and yeah, I mean, like the whole thing about like if you have an ND and the whole kind of like light at the end of the tunnel thing. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. People say that it's the lights on the operating table, but then there are other people who have seen it and they're not on an operating table. And so, what was it then? There are other people who have had a near death experience and they just experienced fucking nothing. So
Yeah.
I don't know. No, like like just because if it's like there's no real reliability in it to me, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, but like if he appeared as like an apparition, I don't know it, like if
It's
it
kind
was
of
just like a
interesting.
series of statements that he said to me, I don't
Like
know. If it was
people,
more conversational, then maybe I don't know, man.
like there's people who like claim that Jesus has appeared to them. They've never even read a Bible, yet this figure that has appeared to them has quoted things from the Bible. Like, let's say Jesus comes and says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." They've never even heard that before, and they look it up in a Bible or something, and they find it. You know what I mean? Like, I guess you could hear it and be like, "Okay, that's cool," but if it did happen to you, then you would know either if you would believe or not. So, it really is just if it happens or not. Would you be willing, like, would you like that to happen if there was a God?
Um, if there was, like, yeah, probably. Um, okay, I'll I'll change it just ever so slightly. If there was a God, I would I would like it to be proven to me that there was one. Be that through the form of like he appears in my bedroom tonight and fucking speaks to me and something like that. Like however it actually happens, yeah, I would like to kind of like at least be kind of assured in that knowledge, just because I don't know, man. Maybe it's the ADHD or the autism, but I have like an obsession with being kind of right, you know. You know.
Um,
So yeah, it's yeah, I would I would like to be assured, because to me, like kind of right now, um, I mean, like faith is not a pathway to truth. There, in 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 my opinion, there are several contradictions littered all up and down the Bible. There are scientific inaccuracies. So the text itself would not be a way to get me to come to God. Faith is not a way to get me to come to God. So like, but if he's there, I would like eventually to go to that, because if that's the correct conclusion, then yeah, I would like to go to the correct conclusion.
Hmm, that's interesting.
Do you disagree with me actually with what I just said, that faith is not a pathway to truth?
Faith is not a pathway to truth. Um, what do you define faith as? Because I would say there's two definitions.
Well, if you ask me what my definition of faith is belief without evidence.
Belief without evidence.
Yeah.
The biblical definition of faith. Oh, let me just get it. I can't remember it. I know it's in Hebrews. Um, let me just get it here. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. In a better translation, it's like, now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. So I believe in Jesus, and there's plenty of evidence for Jesus, in my opinion. So I have faith in Jesus, but I don't. It's not that there's no evidence for him. So it wouldn't be that type of like blind faith.
Yeah, I mean, like it would be kind of, well, yeah. Um, but I mean, the faith that you would be exercising um would be the same, like could be the same, like assurance and conviction and everything else as like a Jewish person or a Muslim or a Sikh or a Hindu or anybody else has for their God. So
They
if
have
you
faith in
have,
lies, though.
but they would say the same for you.
Okay, but then
So
we have
my
a
like kind of
debate.
point is, my point is, for me as somebody who doesn't believe either of the opposite or of the options that I've just listed out, um and I would kind of say to you then that, well, okay, this person believes in their God by faith, you believe in yours by faith, this person believes in theirs by faith, and that last person believes in theirs. Well, how do I know which one is, and then assume that one of you is correct? How do I
Exactly.
know which one to go for?
That's how truth works, right? We can't all be true.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That's my kind of point, is that
There has to
if
be one is
if
right then.
so, okay, I'll expand it slightly more, right? I'll narrow it, but also expand it. We'll say that you have your faith, and a Jewish or and a Sikh has their faith, right? Now let's say that the Christian God is the true God. You are correct. So faith has led you to a correct conclusion and has led a Sikh to an incorrect conclusion. So how do I know that, like, well, like just based on faith, how do I know which one is correct? If the Christian God is correct, but I don't know that, do I go with you or do I go with the Sikh, and how do I know?
So the Bible says that my children die for lack of knowledge. I would say it's by your own fruition for not looking at the evidence. And let's say you became a Sikh, you didn't look at enough evidence to see that it's illogical, right? Same with Islam. Like Islam is completely historically inaccurate and wrong. Same with Mormonism, Jehovah Witness, like all of these other faith, and then it's Judaism. I don't know how you can be a modern Jew because literally it says that the Mashiach is supposed to come before 70 AD. So they're waiting on nothing, right? So theirs is already gone. That's out the window. Islam completely historically inaccurate, and still talks about Jesus Christ, but inaccurately. Sikhism, I won't speak on Sikhism because I actually don't know much about it, but I know Hinduism and Buddhism. Right? Buddhism doesn't talk about an afterlife or anything. That's about the here and the now, and does talk about Jesus being the truth, the way, and the life. Right? And um, the Buddha himself said to seek truth. And then Hinduism isn't even really a religion. It's a culture that talks about the gods and these type of things. You know what I mean? So it's like we look at all of these. They talk about seeking truth. They have good principles, but there's inaccuracies in all of them. You say there's inaccuracies in Christianity, but Christianity is around 2,000 years, and I'm pretty sure the same points you're bringing up were brought up all the time to the Christians, and they were probably able to solve them. Right now, me myself, I'm not knowledgeable enough to
Well,
be able.
I mean, historically, no. Historically, if I kind of brought up the same sort of criticisms to a Christian, like I know that you won't take offense to this, but I'd probably be killed. That's just, you know.
Well, like Arian, for example, as I said about the Council of Nicaea, he wasn't killed; he was just excommunicated.
Well,
Luther wasn't killed.
true, but yeah, I don't know.
I know, I understand the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Inquisition.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That stuff was abuses of the church, right? That was wrong, right? And I think like the way they killed like William Tyndale and these people who put the Bible into English, that was wrong, 100%. And I understand where you're coming from with that. But like if we're speaking in the way it's supposed to be done, and the church has faced a lot of persecution and scrutiny over the years before they were even in power like that, they were still able to face all of that scrutiny and answer the questions that were brought to them. Like if you yourself read the church fathers, they probably answer the majority of the questions you already have. Especially like, forget about Christianity. Let's go back to the rabbis. Let's go back to like Judaism before Christianity. The rabbis were writing at those times as well, answering the same type of questions about the Holy Scriptures because a lot of your stuff comes from the Old Testament, right? So those questions are most likely answered, and if they're not, that's fair enough. Well, then that's a
Well,
good point.
look, I mean, I have my problems with the New Testament as well. It's just I think just like most of the barbaric stuff comes from the Old Testament. So
Mm.
I do have problems with the New Testament as well. But yeah. Um
But to answer your question about like which one is right,
mhm.
it's really looking at all of the evidence because I was going to become a Muslim myself, right? But when I look at all of the evidence, I see that they're all saying seek truth, they're all saying that. But you look at Jesus, and Jesus himself is saying, I am the truth. I am God in the flesh. He died and then he rose from the dead. That's the guy I'm going to believe. And the scripture doesn't make Jesus right or wrong. So, like, there could be scribal errors in the Bible. There could be alterations in the text, but that doesn't change the message of the Bible. The message of the Bible is that God created us, we fell away, and then he had a plan of redemption, and that plan of redemption was fulfilled within his son dying, being buried, and rising from the dead. That is the whole message of it. The Bible's not a scientific textbook, the Bible's not a history book. The Bible is a compilation of the story of redemption of God for his creation. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, I mean, like, I think we've kind of said like pretty much all we can kind of say on the religion topic. I mean, like, was there like absolutely anything else that you kind of wanted to, like, I don't know if you kind of went on to um my kind of TikTok after I had asked you and kind of gotten like some of my views, like, or whatever else, but like, or like even just kind of have a guess at like what, like, or like an educate to quote Deadpool in the latest movie, an educated wish on what some of my kind of views might be. Would you have any sort of like questions about those or?
See, the thing is, I'm really interested in like talking about like socialism and these type of things, but I'm not educated enough. Like usually I would really educate myself before I talk about something because it's like I don't understand it. I think me and you are probably the same like that. Like we want to be
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I don't like talking about something that I haven't kind of properly educated myself on.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but it's like I have to really nearly know the ins and outs of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that's my next move now. So you'll probably see lives where I'm talking about like anarcho capitalism and libertarian values and debating socialism because I'm going to run in the next general election. So I want to
Oh wow.
really
All
be.
right. Okay. Good for you, man.
Thanks, man. I want to make a change here. You know.
Yeah. Absolutely. Look, I know that like me and you would have our vast differences um on politics and stuff like that. Like, but no, like I like absolutely commend anybody who like especially kind of like younger person who like looking to and is interested in getting into politics. Um. So yeah, and I mean, like it'd be fairly kind of unusual to hear of many other kind of 24. Yeah.
24. Yeah.
Like to have someone your age, like kind of like out there and like very, very, very interested and is wanting to run for election, like that's super, super rare. Like, right? It's needed. It's needed. Let's just be honest. But yeah, no, it's like unfortunately it's super rare. So yeah, no, I would absolutely kind of commend you for that.
Yeah. It just breaks my heart the way I feel like a lot of young people just neglect this country. Like, you know, we have so many people giving out about the state of the country, yet they won't do anything about it. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely,
I'm not just
absolutely.
going to get up and leave. I like my country and I want the best for everybody, you know, and some people might disagree with my views, but I'm not a dictator, you know what I mean? So I want like the best for everybody. That's why I think libertarian values would probably be the best, as much as I want a theocracy. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, we would definitely have some disagreements there. Um, yeah, I mean, like even kind of like some more kind of social issues though. Like, so for example, like I don't like you don't have any sort of I
Are
don't
you open borders? Are you for like completely open borders?
no, not completely open borders. No.
Okay. What's your views on immigration?
Um, mm, there's a lot of different kind of ways that I can go about this. I don't have a problem with immigration per se, right? Uh, the notion of it or the idea of it or anything else like that, I don't have a problem with it as a concept. I just think that it is, oh God, this is almost kind of getting like a little bit conspiracy brained, but it's not a uniquely Irish problem. It's not even like an English or an American or an any other like one country specific problem. But I just think that when it comes to the topic of immigration, and when you then hear and see people kind of complaining like, oh, that like there's an immigrant who got off the boat fucking like last week and they're already after been moved into a fully furnished house. And I've been on the fucking housing list for like 10, for a decade. And it's like, yeah, look, I get the frustration there. I understand that. But the government, the Irish government, the American government, the English government, they've all done their job in correctly convincing the public to look at the immigrants as if they're the bad ones.
Yeah, yeah,
Whereas, who was it that set up the system that when an immigrant from any country, doesn't fucking matter where, from any country comes into this one or into the UK or into the States and gets almost immediately housed? Who set up that system? The government
exactly,
did. So
exactly.
there is 0 point in getting angry at the immigrants. You should be angry at the government. But
That's right.
then when we have a general election, like we had here not that long ago, and I mean, like, look at like Sinn Féin did probably the best that they've done in a very long time, but there still was no like major change, and there's not, and the same two parties are going to get back in. They're probably going to squabble about who's the actual Taoiseach, whatever, and that's going to go back and forth for the next 5 years, and we're going to have the exact same fucking problems as we have had for the last fucking century. We had an opportunity to make fucking change, and we didn't take it. And all of the same arguments and all of the same issues that people have with immigration 6 months ago, they're gonna have in 4.5 years. So, like, what's the fucking point? You know, like me and you know who the fucking bad guys are and who set up the system to be the way that it is. So why the fuck
Yeah,
doesn't everybody else and vote the bastards out? Like
That's
to me,
just
it's simple. It's so simple to me, you know. But it just it just defies logic. So to circle all of this back, because I'm sorry, I know that was a very long-winded answer to your relatively straightforward question. To like majorly answer, I don't have a problem with immigration. I just think that it just needs to be handled better by the people who are in government. And you know, like I feel genuinely from anybody who is coming from any sort of like a war-torn country or anything else like that, or who is facing civil unrest, or they want to come here because they think that, you know, Ireland is going to give them a better life for them and for their children and everything else. I 100% completely and utterly feel for them. But at the same time, you have had people here who have been on the housing list for a decade who are now getting pushed back because somebody else got, like, that's not right. That's not right. You know, to me, that's just not right. But also, the government then needs to get off their fucking arses, and all of the vacant houses that are not just in my county but are in every single county, vacant house, fully built, ready to move into, they're just vacant. They need to fucking like move people in there. Why are they still vacant? There is a vacant estate that has been in my county, I think, for the last 6 years. Why are they still vacant? It makes less than 0 cents. Like, it's just stupid.
it's ridiculous.
The houses are already there, and they're already talking about, and look, fucking bless her, Mary Lou, man, she's talking about all that she's wanting to build all these houses. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, build them all, but at the same time, get all the vacant houses that are there that are ready to be moved into, and get some people off the fucking housing list. It's simple. And I mean, especially, sorry, because I'm going on a little bit of a rant here, but especially in the lead up to an election, if your priority is to get re-elected, do you not think that one of the things, listening to people, because these guys were going around fucking campaigning, they were talking to average everyday people, and they're saying, "Oh, that my son who's in his mid-20s, or my son who's in his who's 30 or mid-30s, is still living at home because he just can't." There's just no houses, and if there was any, they can't fucking afford them. But do you not think that it would be a priority for them, in order to get re-elected, that they would take some of the vacant houses and open them up and move people in, so that they would go, "Oh my fucking god, these guys, they're in charge right now. They opened up. I have a home now. I'm clearly gonna go and vote for them." It just makes it. Politics is not complicated. It's really fucking not. Like, you boil it down to what like it essentially is. It's not complicated. Politics is stupidly fucking easy. You go out, you talk to people, you listen to what they want, to what they're looking for, and you do it. Simple.
And this is why I wanted to vote for Aintu. I thought their plan on housing was the best. Like they were gonna build houses in rural areas to lessen the congestion from areas such as Dublin, where no one can even get a house.
Yeah.
And in turn, it would lead to all of the housing prices going down. I really like that idea.
Mhm.
I think any party that does want to try and solve the housing crisis, I like. I didn't really like Mary Lou's idea. You know, the biggest housing plan in history. I was like, and not really saying how they were going to do it. That kind of, I was like, nah.
Yeah, that kind of went against her, especially when it was the three of them, the three kind of major party leaders in their debate. You know, look, again, it's the same sort of thing. Like, when you're going into a general election, um, you can somewhat kind of predict the questions that are going to come up, right? Especially if you've already released your kind of manifesto
Yeah,
about what you want to do. You know that you're going to be asked about certain things. So, like, like it is nowhere even remotely unfair to say that somebody who is representing their party on a stage with two other leaders going for Taoiseach, that they should know exactly what their party is going to do, how they're going to do it, when they're going to do it by, and be able to lay it out plainly for like possible voters to go and vote for them. Like, that's not a high bar. That's like that's lowering the bar to as low as it can possibly fucking go.
yeah, I agree. It's, uh, so okay,
Sorry,
yeah,
you asked me about fucking
Immigration.
immigration like 5 minutes ago. It's just
I basically got your answer though, and I would agree with you on that, right?
Mm,
I'm not anti-immigration, but it's either what the government has to do is either prioritize everyone here first, or if you are going to allow immigration with at the rate that it's at,
mm,
we need to be able to accommodate everybody. What's going on is an injustice, right?
yeah,
So that's the part that gets me. Like you look at a country like Switzerland, they're not facing a homeless crisis the way we are. They're able to accommodate basically everybody. Now there is some homelessness, there is some people that obviously face poverty in that country, but what I like about Switzerland is the distribution of government throughout the cantons. I
mm,
like that. You know what I mean? And I feel like we have this centralized government that is like so out of touch here. Like I
yeah,
spoke to a politician. Like I don't even know how to contact politicians in my own area. And I don't even know what they can do for me.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like I spoke to a politician in Scaries. And when I was speaking to her, it's like I said to her straight up, I was like, she tried to offer me her thing. I was like, I think I'm gonna vote for Aintu. And it's like this disgusting look at me. And then I said to her, oh, what would you she was from Fine Gael. I said, what would the incentive be for me to change my vote to you? Genuinely, like I'm open-minded
Mm.
here. I'm not here to debate you. You're clearly like you're the politician. She didn't have any time of day for me at all. And sent me on my way.
Yeah, see, that's just not great either, because I mean, like anyone kind of canvassing door to door, like if you're representing any of the parties, be it like one of the kind of smaller ones or like one of the like major ones, you're go like not every door that you knock on. If you're representing Sinn Féin, not every door that you knock on is going to be planning to vote Sinn Féin. So you have to be in a position where you're willing to not debate, but just talk about things. Like
Exactly.
you have to be willing to do that. So yeah, no, like that's just really really bad. Like if someone kind of knocked it, and you had said that you were planning on voting too, and like they just kind of stormed off after that. Yeah, no, that's just not good.
Yeah. And that's the thing I feel like as well. There's a lot of lack of education because all the other years I voted, I always just voted because I was like everyone else voted Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, so I would just put Fianna Fáil, Fine
Mm.
Gael. I feel like a lot of people don't even know who to vote for, and the thing is, I know Ain Two done like did not do well, right? But the amount of people that would stop me on the stream, like, oh, I see what you're doing and stuff like this. And it's like, I never actually knew who to vote for. But this year, I'm going to, like, even if they said to me, I'm going to vote for Sinn Féin because they done research, because of the
Yeah,
stuff they would
yeah, yeah, yeah,
me do
yeah.
or whatever, I was happy with that. Now, I
Hmm.
would still say, bro, vote A2. And I'd give my reasons why you should vote for A2.
Yeah, but
But if you have come to a conclusion, no, I want to vote for these because I've done research, I'm more than happy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too, man. Me too. Me too. I would be the exact same thing. Like as I said to you, when I came back from voting, that I was turned away. I've eventually fucking found out why because they fucking deregistered me, which just fucking why. I know,
Why?
I know, I know. I know they were sending letter. They sent 3 letters to a house I no longer live in that I have not lived in for 2.5 years. I'm in this house now, and so obviously because I didn't get them and I didn't respond to them, they took me off the registry, bastards. But
It's,
anyway, but anyway, as I said to you when I went onto your live, if they'd have turned you away, and even though I knew that you weren't voting the same way, I would be just as fucking outraged. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
But it's that same sort of thing. Like anybody who wants to vote, they might not be voting the same way that I am. But I mean, like younger people might need to get out and vote. Like they just have to. Like, and I always just kind of feel like I'm always almost kind of like pulling teeth. Like when I'm trying to say to people, like, no, like you should go out and vote. Like you should be voting.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, it's a weird one.
What do you think of the Irish Freedom Party disbanding?
I didn't know they had. So
Yeah,
that's
right
news to
after
me.
Straight after the general election, they disbanded.
Oh wow. All right. I mean, like, is it just because they got like fuck all votes, or
I don't think they got any seats whatsoever. I don't know.
wow?
Actually, I don't know what it's all about. I know they're like a group chat I'm in would have like they're libertarian, but there's some people that are kind of like nationalist, right? And one guy actually from the Irish Freedom Party is in the group chat. What is his name? Glenn something. He's a young guy. And he was telling us that they disbanded, and that some guy called Jordan Barnett or something like that. You don't know who he is?
No.
Am I allowed to say AH on here on YouTube? Austrian painter, mustache man.
Oh God, yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah, he was like a Hitler sympathizer, and he was like the first one that really started like the national party, the national movement. So I think a lot of them are disbanding because like that stuff keeps creeping in.
Well, I mean, like, if that's the reason, then I mean, like, I'm not at all surprised. Um, but Jesus Christ, um, yeah, like I had kind of thought like because yes, I have like an interest in Irish politics and stuff like that. Like, but I mean, like, mainly what I would kind of cover on my channel would be kind of US politics. It's
Oh,
90% of what I would kind of talk about. Um, but I mean, like, I just kind of thought going into this general election that Ireland would kind of follow suit in the same way in the same way that like pretty much every country has when they've had a major election since COVID, because inflation is up everywhere, cost of living is up everywhere, cost of like groceries, houses, everything like that, it's up everywhere, and people are blaming it on the sitting government. So the incumbency government are losing everywhere. It happened in the US. Fucking just to kind of tie this back, actually, if you my kind of greatest evidence for why God doesn't exist is because I have now watched Donald Trump win the presidency twice. But however, right, um, the incumbency in the UK lost, in France lost, in Germany lost. Like they lost pretty much everywhere, and I was so hoping that the same thing was going to happen here, but we apparently are the one outliers. That it
so you really
just
don't like Trump.
huh?
You don't like Trump then at
Oh,
all.
dude, I'm a socialist. Of course I
Oh, yeah.
don't.
But like between him and you would rather Biden then because he kind of gives out a lot of money and stuff.
Dude, I would rather Biden now. I like if I was in the States and if I was eligible to vote, yes, I would have voted for Kamala, but
Huh?
dude, I would have voted for fucking Biden again. Fuck it.
My God.
He's a walking corpse. He's 128 years old, but fucking send him back in there for another fucking 4 years. I mean, it just oh, literally fucking anyone other than him, you know. The only thing that's a little bit of like a saving grace is that again, this is me kind of doing my kind of background and my deep dives into kind of US politics, but like MAGA is having a fucking civil war at the moment, man, between like Trump and Elon and the MAGA supporters. They're all fucking feuding with each other.
Yeah, because a lot of them figured out that like he has relations to Jewish and a lot of MAGA supporters are just anti-Semitic.
Well, they are, yeah. I didn't see anything that he had relation to who we talking about now? We like talking about Trump
Trump.
or Elon that has relation. Well, Trump has somewhat relations to Jewish people because of like Jared Kushner, but like that's like his daughter's husband. Like it's not really
They
like
keep calling him Junald Trump.
well, yeah, no, that's definitely anti-Semitic. But the reason why there's like a massive civil war at the moment is because Elon basically came out in favor of H-1B visas, which is basically just like if you are in the country, then you like should have like a path to, or like an easier path to citizenship and stuff like that. And I mean, like obviously Elon, he is South African. He is only in the States because of an H-1B visa. But then the MAGAs didn't like that, and then Trump came out and he supported Elon, saying that no, he's also in favor of H-1B visas, but an awful lot of MAGA Republicans voted for him because what Trump said he was going to do on immigration, i.e., send them all back, and now he seems to be kind of going back. Yeah, so there's a whole fucking civil war there. So not exactly, not exactly overly positive, and the cunt hasn't even fucking taken office yet. So
Wow.
yeah, no, it's
I think
definitely it's.
I think Trump is sent by God, and I think Trump is a national hero. I hope Trump sends them all back, and he bans anybody that isn't like him.
But you understand though that like if he was to ban anyone that isn't like him in terms of immigration, then there just is zero legal immigration in the United States for 4 years.
Yeah.
There is no country because Trump already is just gonna like blanket no to any kind of third world countries, right? But you think any fucking you think any European country like national is going to go over to the States and vote for Trump? No, not. They're just not. You get a guy in fucking Poland even, and they're not going to go over and vote for Trump. It's just not going to happen.
I think
Like
so. I was
one
joking
hundred
by
percent, 100% no, one
I was
hundred
joking.
percent no.
I was joking.
Huh?
I was joking when I said I believe he's sent from God and
Well,
stuff.
I was kind of hoping, but you know, uh,
But you really think someone from Poland wouldn't vote for Trump?
not at all, not at all, not in any way. No, not in any way, shape, or form. Literally,
But they're
any
like literally
pick
like
your
the European version of Trump supporters.
huh.
Polish people are literally like the European version of Trump supporters. Like, have you not seen their leader? He's literally the European Trump.
Yeah, but I just don't think so. Like, I mean, even though Trump might align more with someone from Poland, like just simply his anti-immigration rhetoric alone would be enough, I think, to kind of sway anybody not to vote for him. Because if you think that your status living in the States is going to be under any sort of threat if he gets in, well, of course you're going to be disincentivized to vote for him. I mean, like, especially if you've been living there for like a few years, say, that's your home now. You know, you have your home, you have your work, you have your friends, you might have a partner. All of that is all tied to the States. And now Trump is running, and he says that he's going to send all of the immigrants back. Of course, you're not going to vote for him. Like, of course, people are unbelievably selfish, especially when they are voting, and they're only going to vote for their best interest. Like, it's just as simple as that. Um, so yeah, no, I mean, like, definitely not anybody from like fucking Switzerland or like fucking Norway or like the like fucking UK. Anybody, they're never going to vote for Trump. It's just not going to happen. Um, I mean, for fuck's sake, they were like calling Bernie a fucking radical, like a radical leftist. He's like, if you plop him into the fucking EU, he's a centrist. They maybe slightly kind of left leaning, but overall centrist. The Overton window is so far shifted to the right in the States. I mean, it's like it's almost impossible for a genuine left wing candidate to win the presidency. Now, I know you have some in Congress and in the Senate and then everything else, but presidency, it's almost impossible.
Well, I would much rather Trump than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is the devil, and that's not a joke.
Okay.
Genuinely, I view that woman as like she is the spawn of Satan,
I
and
mean,
she destroyed herself. She limited her voter base so much by zoning in on these different like smaller issues to win votes. She like threw like a lot of just white men out the window straight away. You know what I mean? Like she came across as this this exclusivism. Uh, I felt like she was like just anti a lot of things and then zoning in on these like niches, you know, to try and help her win, but it just cut off so much of her voter base.
uh, okay, just expand on that a little bit. Like what niches was she zoning in on? The excluded.
Abortion, transgenderism.
She never
Um,
mentioned trans people.
yeah, she did.
No, she didn't.
Kamala Harris
She
never
didn't.
spoke about.
She never mentioned what she was going to do, kind of like for trans people. Now, there was a question that she was asked in an interview, if this is what you were referring to, where she was asked about what would she continue with the current law that trans people who are incarcerated can go through the surgeries and stuff like that. Mala butchered that answer, because what she said was, well, that's the law that's on the books, so yes, I would follow it. What she should have said is, well, that was the law that came into effect under Trump, so yes, I would. Because when Trump took that clip and put it into a 30-second ad, and he said and it was kind of finished off with, Kamala is for they them and Trump is for you. That was a ridiculously effective ad. Now, look,
Yeah,
by and
that's the
large, and
thing.
to an awful lot of people, I don't really like, to like the like middle of the road kind of like swing voter will say, I don't really think that the whole kind of trans issue mattered that much. But just as an effective ad, it fucking hurt. And the fact it was only 30 seconds long as well, it was a really, really, really good ad. Well, good in the sense that it had an awful lot of impact and an awful lot of people were talking about it. I mean, like, um,
That's the point I was talking about, was that one.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. But I mean, like, she never specifically said, well, yes, and when I'm president, this is what I'm going to do for trans people. I'm going to make it easier for them to get hormones. I'm going to make it for. She never said nothing about that. She never mentioned her own race. When she was asked about it, she asked them to move on. She never mentioned fucking trans people. She
it's
never mentioned
like,
cancel culture. She never mentioned fucking BLM. She never mentioned any of the kind of woke progressivism stuff. Never mentioned it at all. She toured the country with Liz Cheney, man.
she did well. Hanging around with Liz Cheney is bad enough, but
Yeah.
like she didn't have to mention her race, right? But all of a sudden she started acting black, right? And it's like I knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah,
And it came across like completely corny. It came across like that she was like this chameleon that was just trying to blend in with as many people as possible, like getting Megan Thee Stallion on her tour with her and these type of things. It's just like it was corny, and you're trying to appeal to like this exclusive voter base. That's what it kept coming across like, like this young girl from TikTok, like like young early 20s, mid 20s, um clearly leftist woke type of people paying young, we know, like you could say, okay, well, you've no evidence for this, but I definitely do believe she was paying like those TikTokers and stuff to make videos and do the streams and these type of things. And yeah, I just felt like it was so exclusive. Like there was no way someone like me, let's say, would ever even think about wanting to vote for her. You
yeah.
get
No,
what I'm
look,
trying to
I think that definitely, when Biden dropped out, and when Kamala was kind of effectively kind of put forward for the nomination, even before the DNC, right? Biden was down to like 6 or 7 points on Trump or something like that. When Kamala came out, and I mean, she came out swinging. She came out railing against the corporations. She came out fighting for like working class, and was like kind of doing this very kind of, I'm going to fight for working class issues, that sort of rhetoric. And she fucking shot up. I think she got to like +8 or +9, which is like more than a 10-point difference in a very short period of time. That is ridiculously fucking good. But then the people that were probably in charge of Joe Biden's campaign, uh, they they fucking got to, and look, I mean, like, obviously these are kind of like DNC people, right? And they have their donors and their interests and stuff like that. But they kind of got to her a little bit too much, and she stopped talking about corporations and she stopped talking about working class. She then toured the country with Liz Cheney, and she, was like talking about being a fucking gun owner, and she was talking about, all of this sort of stuff. She alienated working class people. When Bernie Sanders came out in the couple of days after the election and said that no wonder the working class abandoned the Democrats, because the because they abandoned the working class. I completely and utterly fucking agree with them. It's probably some guys that you're familiar with just because you're a little bit bigger on TikTok, where like versus the kind of YouTube side of things. The likes of Harry Sisson went on to Pierce Morgan uncensored, and in look in the realm of being uncensored, Pierce Morgan, I cannot think of a man that I despise more. Genuinely apt, I cannot stand that man. But he went on to his thing, and he was basically saying, Harry Sisson did now, and he was saying that know that it was absolutely fantastic that she toured with like Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce and fucking Jennifer Lopez and all of these celebrities and everything else like that. And the other leftists on the panel, the more kind of older ones, they were like, "Dude, fucking no, you are dead ass wrong on that." And I completely fucking agree with them. They were dead ass because it came across, it looked just visually, if you could objectify it and like you lose your kind of biases, it looked like she was fucking elitist and like she was separating herself from the working and middle class.
Working.
She was touring with elite. She was touring with celebrities. People have more money than they know what to do with. Like they're not going to look, an endorsement from any of these guys, it might help, but touring the country with them, that's just not the right move. It's not the right move. And look, I'm not going to say anything about any TikTokers getting paid, but I mean, Oprah was paid like fucking like what was it, like $3.5 million to go and speak for her. I know that fucking Beyonce was as well because she don't do nothing for free.
Yeah.
There was probably a bunch of the other ones as well that were paid because in 3 months, Kamala's campaign raised $500 million, right? And when her campaign was over, she owed money. Where the fuck did it go? Where the fuck did it go? And she's released like something, oh well, like on like ads and on marketing and stuff like that, like this is how much we spent, this is how much we spent on this, but there's just a giant fucking gap. And then rumors started fucking spreading that Oprah was paid, which was later confirmed. And so like it doesn't take a fucking genius to work out what she probably paid the rest of the celebrities that went on tour with her. So I mean, like she I 100% agreed with her policy positions more so than Trump's, but she unquestionably botched her own campaign. How did I skip over picking fucking Tim Walz as a running mate? The best decision she made the entire campaign trail, and they hid him away because, to be fair, in the debate against
JD.
yeah, Vance, he I wouldn't classify it as a loss, but it was more just kind of a. Eh. He didn't come across very well, and to be fair, he did actually say to Kamala when she picked him, he doesn't debate well, and he absolutely does not debate well because he
I
did not.
wouldn't say smoked either though. I wouldn't say that like JD destroyed him. I think it was a draw between
Yeah,
the
yeah,
two.
yeah. I was just gonna say, yeah, just like a draw, like it wasn't anyway sort of like a clear winner either side. But yeah, like him and his reputation and his policy positions and the stuff that he was able to do with it literally one seat majority was unbelievable. The stuff that he did, like he got fucking free lunches, free breakfast and lunches for all of the like primary school equivalent to man, come on, that's just a good idea. I'm sorry, man, that's just a good idea. Like, and
I'm joking. I'm
oh, okay.
joking.
He fucking legalized weed again with a one seat majority.
That's it.
The stuff that he did with a one seat majority is just unfucking believable. Picking him as a running mate was the best decision that she made. But going for, there was about a halfway point in her campaign where she like reached a peak, started to go down, and never got back up again. And that was just the death of her campaign. She completely botched it.
What do you think of JD Vance?
Um, I think that JD Vance is the politician equivalent of a grifter. Because back in 2017, JD called Trump the new Hitler, and now he's his running mate. He's seen where the Republican Party kind of went. He's seen that there was no kind of clear way of getting somebody like fucking Ted Cruz or any of the rest of the um, other ones. That there was no way that they were going to beat Trump in the primaries, and so sided with him. And now he's in a position of power. He's now talking about, like, there's like rumor, or he is now the front run favorite to run for president in 2028 because he is now the like. It's all about power, man. It's all about power. Normally, grifting is like for the cash, but this is just for this is just for power. Like it's nothing other than that.
Yeah, yeah. That's very interesting. You called him Hitler. That's crazy.
Yeah, he said it in an interview.
Wow.
Yeah, back when he was younger and like a good bit fatter. Jesus Christ, that man had zero chin, zero chin. Now look, no, hang on. I'm not fucking fat shaming anybody. If I shave this off, I have no chin. So I'm not saying, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like, it's just kind of, yeah, it's not. I mean, like, it's fucking wild, you know. I mean, like, it's so transparently obvious that he just did it just for the sake of kind of getting himself a bit of power, and he has now gotten it, and he's now the front run favorite to run for president. So, I mean, like, of course.
Can I ask you a question?
Hmm?
If you got, let's say it was like presidency here in Ireland, what would be the three first things you would do the minute you get into power if you were voted in?
Oh, oh wow. The first three things. It's difficult, man. Um, Probably something along the lines of kind of like free breakfast and lunch for school kids, because I mean, like, that maybe as like a first, as like a day one thing, because you know an economic crisis, a kind of cost of living crisis, that's not going to solve itself overnight. So
Mm.
kind of doing that is taking an awful lot of burden off of parents, even if they're only spending a couple of euros a day. But it's a day on their kids' lunches. You save that up over a year, that's an awful lot of money back in people's pockets. Um, I mean, like, just given the sense, like, under the kind of conditions that, like, I wait, like, I sign a magic pen and there it is, done. I mean, just like universal healthcare, absolutely. Why are we paying for fucking doctors and hospitals when, like, you get sick and you just go to the fucking hospital, you don't pay anything. It just makes fucking sense. And third thing then would probably be just to legalize weed, and the only reason that I would do that is because if the government can take the revenue and the money and the profits that you can get from selling it, it A, gets it off the streets. It B, moves it into like actual dispensary, so you know exactly what you are getting. And B, it's just more fucking taxes and revenue for the government, probably to pay for either the fucking universal healthcare or the free lunches and breakfasts.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Hmm. I would first thing I would do is make myself the supreme leader. I would disband the government. It would be a really small government, so I would be the supreme leader.
Okay.
Anybody who opposes me will die. And you must laugh at all of my jokes. That's what I would do.
Okay, well, that was four things, but look, I mean, if you're supreme leader, you can bend the rules a little bit.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Genuinely, that is probably what I like. That's like probably like day one things that I would do.
I agree with. I like two of them. I like the free breakfast and free healthcare. Don't know if it would be possible to really do it. Maybe. I like it. The weed one, obviously, I can't agree with. You know, I hate drugs, so.
Ah, listen, I've had arguments with my mom for fucking years over this. Weed is not a drug; it's a plant.
I don't
I
know.
understand. I understand. It technically classifies itself as a drug, or the government classifies it as a drug. I understand that. But to me, a drug is something that you need like science lab equipment for, and then there's like a formula for it. Weed is just a plant, and if you should just so happen to set it on fire, there are some effects. It's not a fucking drug to me. It's not a drug. Like it's just yeah no. But yeah.
Would you say it's a hallucinogenic?
No, of course it's not hallucination.
You can't hallucinate when you smoke weed?
No. Dude, I was a stoner for years, so no.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't want to say clean because like it just you say that and I mean like if somebody had said that to me, I would kind of been like, oh my on like heroin or something like that because like I just immediately jumped to like you know what I mean like a harder type of drug, but I haven't smoked weed for a little over 6 months.
wow.
So yeah.
That's really good, man.
Yeah, sure. Look, yeah, I didn't
Would you call
actually,
it a psychoactive substance? Is that a better word?
huh?
Would you call it a psychoactive substance?
Yeah, yeah, probably, yeah.
So, like, do you think then we should legalize psychoactive substances
Um,
that cause, like, it changes the state of people's minds? Do you think that's okay? Like, if I was in power, I would ban tobacco. I would ban any psychoactive substance. I would even say that we could ban most alcohol as well.
you are not very libertarian at all. That's very Jesus. Uh, um,
I just want to ban everything.
uh, but like I would, but in like a controlled way. So
Okay.
if you could imagine almost like like a center or something like that that you would go to take it in a controlled way where we'll say like that like there was like nurses or like healthcare professionals just kind of there just in case something did go fucking wrong or you had a bad trip like or something like that. um Now I will say that I mean like weed is the only kind of drug that I have ever taken. I don't really take weed, smoke it, but anyway. um I'm not necessarily like opposed to like DMT or TCB or fucking um what's the other what shrooms or truffles or anything else like that. Like I'm not necessarily like opposed to them. I just personally just haven't taken them.
What about like cat and coke?
Pet and Coke, they're really I don't think there's any kind of pet just kind of pet just makes you just like a limp existence of a human. Like your fucking limbs don't fucking work. It's a fucking horse tranquilizer. It puts a horse to sleep. What the fuck do you think it's gonna do to you?
It's
Um,
kind of only after. Like I'm telling you, I
well,
used to get stocks when I used to take it. Like
yeah. Um, no, Coke is like a massive fucking upper, and I just don't think that you can do that in any sense of like a controlled way. Um, but yeah, I don't even know like how you could kind of do that in like a in like a controlled way, you know?
Do you think though it could lead to like if we legalize weed, is it cocaine next that's legalized?
I I I just no, I just don't think I don't I believe that the whole kind of gateway drug thing is I mean like is largely a fucking myth. If anything, if
That's real.
Well, yeah, no, no, no. I mean, like, if anything, the only thing that weed is a gateway drugs to is like fucking like cookies and cartoons and enjoying the company of the elderly. Like, that's the only thing that it's a it's a fucking gateway drug to. Like, it's just like I, it just fucking like with me, man. It just fucking relaxed me. It helped me sleep, and like I just I found comedies an awful lot funnier. I would like uncontrollably laugh. Like, it was just a massive downer. Like, it didn't downer in like as in kind of like downers and uppers, like not kind of downers as if I was depressed. Like, but um, yeah, like I no. So I just don't believe like I don't see how naturally you can go from to coke because it's like again I haven't taken coke, but like like, it has to just be just a completely different type of high. So I just don't understand how you can.
Don't you see? It's not to do with the type of high. It's to do with the taking of a substance. So like, what I would say nicotine is the biggest gateway drug, right? Nicotine, being in
That's
circles of young people that smoke nicotine, let's say, right, most likely in school, will lead you to then being in a circle where weed is being also taken,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Which
that's
could then lead to you either being peer pressured or freely choosing to smoke marijuana. Then in those same circles of people who smoke marijuana, most likely might, right? It's not a thing where it's like, I know a lot of people that smoke weed that don't drink or do any other drugs, right? But young people most likely then will also be abusing other substances. Could be alcohol, could be cocaine, cat. For me, that's where it led me. I started with nicotine, moved to weed, and then I was in circles where there was cat and coke being involved, and I was taking all of it, right? So, in the sense of it's a gateway, it has now opened you to taking substances. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that it would be a gateway drug in the sense that, as you have kind of described, it puts you in a situation where at the very very least the possibility of you taking something else is now there where it might not have been before. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like but I mean in my opinion anyway, that would be like the full extent of how it would be a gateway drug.
I think we agree. I don't think it's a thing where you smoke weed, now I must do
Well,
coke.
yeah. Like, it's a
You know?
natural progression. Like, no,
Yeah. No.
it's just in the environment now. And so yeah.
Yeah, I think we agree there.
Yeah, I mean, like, even kind of actually more so to the point. My first housemate that I had here, um, not only used to take like coke, and I think she took het. I'm not 100% sure, but she was definitely taking like Molly and stuff like that as well. And I mean, like, it was in the house. So I like at any stage I could have said, give us a bump, like, would you give us a like this that whatever. And like I just never did because I was just never interested in it. So I will definitely kind of agree with you in the sense that it definitely opens you up to the possibility of it, but I just don't think it's a natural progression from one to the other.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because, like, obviously, let's say if you're in a Christian circle, like what I'm in, I don't see any more drugs in circles. I don't see. There's no possibility of me picking up a joint. There's like, if I wanted to smoke or do coke or something, I have to go out of my way
Hmm.
to find them. Do you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's. I think we would agree on that. Like even a vape. Like if I wanted to have a blast of a vape, I can't even have one now. Do you know what I mean?
As I've been doing for the entire fucking stream, you mean?
Man, smoking is not easy to give up, bro. Like
No, it definitely is not, man. It
I smoke
definitely is
40
not.
rollies a day.
Smoked how many?
40.
Holy shit, your poor lungs.
Yeah, man.
Oh
And I
my
was
god, man.
I was
Jesus.
yeah.
Um, I mean, like, I was smoking fags before I was on the vape. I've just been fucking demonetized now in the States. Uh, but yeah, I was I mean, like now I was smoking Super Kings, so they were like the longer ones, I was on like, I don't know, like 15 a day, something like that. Like, and I thought that that was bad, but Jesus Christ, man, I am not judging you, not in any fucking way, shape, or form. Like, but
No,
Jesus, fair.
it's great.
If anything, it's more impressive that you fucking given them up completely. Like, you were on 40 a day, and you've now, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, like
Oh,
vaping definitely got me off of cigarettes, but like, no, I like this just like basically attached to me at this point. Like, it's
yeah. Everywhere you go, like with at least with a cigarette, you have to go outside or something. You have to go
yes,
and
yes, yeah, yeah,
um the vape. Like so, I went from 40 rollies a day, so I was going through a pouch in like 2 3 days. Then I got a vape, and everywhere at all times,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
constant. Like till the minute I sleep, the minute I wake up, vape, 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 vape,
yeah.
vape. It was harder to give up the vape than give up cigarettes.
Yeah, I can easily imagine it, man. Yeah, imagine it. Because I'm the very, very same. Like, I woke up this morning, I kind of doom scrolled on like TikTok for like, I don't know, like 20 minutes or so. And then I kind of like sat up and whatever, and I was instantly fucking vaping away. And I will be vaping until I go to sleep tonight. I mean, it's mental. It's mental, you know?
Yeah. And would you want to give it up?
Um, I know I'm probably gonna have to eventually. Um, because my partner, she has like, I don't know if it's like an extreme version of, or just like a version of asthma. And so anyone kind of even like vaping around her, like she kind of like coughs and stuff like that. Like, so I mean, like, or like, so I know I will have to give it up eventually, but yeah,
Yeah. I hope
it's
you
going to be
give it up.
difficult though. It is definitely, like, I know myself it is going to be difficult, like, you know.
I used to freak without my vape, like, and then when I used to try and give it up, I would smash it or throw it away, and I would go and buy one instantly. And then what happened was I had just recently become a Christian, but I was still vaping and drinking and all of that. And I just wanted to give up vaping, and I barely knew the Bible or anything. And I said a prayer one day. I said, God, make my vape disappear, and I'll stop vaping. And the next day, I lost my vape. I was like, that was definitely God. Went and bought another vape straight away. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I should have just quit while I had lost it, you know? And I'm sitting in my bed that night. I know you don't believe in a God, but I was sitting in my bed that night and I just said a prayer. And the vape was right beside me. And I just never vaped again. Never. Like it was right beside me. And I just never had a withdrawal, nothing. Quit. Never smoked again.
um no, look, I mean, like, see, it's another reason of kind of I don't why I stopped kind of debating religion as well, is just because like there's so much kind of subjective kind of personal experience with it, that I mean, like I can't fuck it. What you've just said there, I can't argue against that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, look, and look, I mean, you kind of say that, like, look at, like, you know, that prayer works at about the kind of rate of chance, like, and stuff like that. And you can give all those sort of stats, but I mean, like, just to someone who believes, like, that just doesn't. I can't imagine that what I just said, like, influenced you in any way, shape, or form. And I mean, it doesn't, um, because, you know, from your personal perspective, it worked for you, and so, like, that's all that really kind of matters, like, right? Um, so yeah, it's just no, it's definitely, it's a weird one.
Is there a form of like atheistic prayer? I always wondered this. Like, because obviously when I was like a non-believer, I still believed in God. So during a tough situation, you know, I'm on my knees and I'm praying. What is the release for an atheist in a situation like that?
Or-
None. Like, what's the thought rationale? You know, someone in your family, God forbid, is really ill, you know, and you're worried about them. Is it you just sit and worry or
I mean, it's not even that you necessarily just kind of sit and worry, man, but you just kind of sit and hope that, um, doctors are going to do what they're trained and paid to do. That, uh, whatever kind of treatment or medicine that they're on kind of works, and to just kind of go from there, really, like, um it's interesting. I don't necessarily mind. In fact, I actually kind of like talking about it in a way. um so I lost my granddad when I was 14,
Mm.
and yeah, like it was definitely kind of tough. Like, and even though like I only kind of officially said like the words "I am an atheist" when I was about 16, I never really kind of believed. It was never really something that was like enforced with us. Like my kind of like immediate family is in kind of like mom, dad, sister, whatever else. We never really kind of like went to church religiously, pardon the pun. Um, so like yeah, like I like never kind of like fully like sincerely believed. Um, but I mean, like how I'm not going to say like how an atheist deals with it's just how this atheist deals with death is. I kind of personally believe that we die twice.
Mm.
So die when you die, and you also then die the last time someone says your name.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
So
yeah.
for me, it's just kind of keeping like the pieces of advice or the influence, or like I have one of my granddad's rings that I'm wearing around my neck right now. Like keeping that sort of stuff kind of alive in a sense is in another sense kind of still keeping him alive. Um, so yeah, so I mean, like that's kind of how I personally deal with it. Now, look, there could be a number of other atheists who kind of deal with it in the exact same way. There could be other atheists who just unfortunately just kind of white knuckle it, who just kind of um yeah, just kind of struggle through it. And I mean, like I do kind of genuinely for them because it's like, but um I mean, like my kind of coping mechanism might not be everybody else's coping mechanism. Yours might not be mine, and so like, but I don't kind of, I don't discourage anyone from kind of using their own kind of personal coping mechanism. You
Yeah,
know?
of course. Yeah, I just always wondered because it's like you can hope and just rely, like, so like obviously in situations where it's like to do with medicine, you can rely on the doctors and stuff. But like financial situations, or these type of things where it's like you feel like there's no way out whatsoever. You know what I mean? I feel like God really gave me a way out in every situation. And I always wonder then if someone who doesn't believe in God, like I'm thinking, wow, like how could someone who doesn't believe in God get through this situation right now? You know?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of kind of financial kind of situations and stuff like that, like I mean, like that is my like absolute kind of biggest character flaw. I have never, probably will never be good with money. Um, I'm kind of slowly getting better, but like
Same.
but yeah, I mean it's just something I have never been especially kind of good at, we'll say. So yeah, I mean like it's, if I'm in any sort of like financial kind of stress or worry, whatever else, like it's just kind of like a kind of more practical approach of just kind of, okay, well look at, well I mean like what can I pay like right now, and then when am I getting paid, and so what can I do that, it's just more kind of, yeah, I don't know, just kind of more just like a practical approach of just kind of deal with it kind of slowly but surely. That's sort of like that sort of way, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. But,
Yeah. Anyway, Matt, we have been streaming for 4 hours,
that's what I was about to
a
say. Like
little
this
over 4 hours. Jesus Christ, man.
is crazy.
Oh,
And the thing is, I have work in the morning as well.
you're back to work already.
Yeah, man,
So shit.
I just work as much as possible.
I mean, like, well, look, if you're engaged, I mean, like, weddings are not cheap. So, it's like, I mean, I can understand it, but yeah, Jesus Christ, man, that's, yeah. I'm not back until Thursday now, so I still have another couple of days off. So,
Yeah, back tomorrow, then I'm off on New Year's Eve, at New Year's Day, and then I'm back in then on Thursday straight away. If I'm gonna be a capitalist, I may as well work as much
I
as I possibly.
mean, you know, live that lifestyle, you know.
Yeah, that's right. I see. I'm getting married at the end of January, so I'm just trying to, you know what I
Shit,
mean?
man, it's that close.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. All right. Okay. Well, look, I mean, like, you know, absolute kind of best of luck with everything. You know, I hope that you kind of happy and everything else. Like, and
So much, man.
it's just, yeah, like that would be, I guess, like the kind of last thing that I would kind of say is that, like, you know, like so like me and you kind of do have, and I do not share this opinion for absolutely everybody that I have ever talked to or will ever talk to, but I genuinely think that like there's something kind of sad about the notion of, even though like two people can have a civil discussion, even though we disagree on almost, you know, everything, like if like me and you kind of couldn't sit down and have a beer and a chat together, like I'd be a little bit kind of saddened about that. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I'm saying? I mean, like there are certain people that I just absolutely couldn't. Um, but yeah, I mean, you're definitely not in in that group. Um, but yeah, no, look, absolutely, man. Like this has been like a genuine, fantastic conversation. I did not think that we were live for 4 hours.
Bro,
Um,
it'd be like an hour max,
but
and it
yeah,
would
yeah,
be,
yeah, 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 yeah.
but it was really good. It felt like, when you go on a night out and you just end up meeting that one person and you're just talking for ages with them, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
That's so I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, no, look, I mean, I 100% kind of appreciate you coming on, and everything else like that. Like, I like do hope that we can have another kind of conversation at some point in the future. Just kind of, you know, just because, like, you know, like you're a nice chap and you're like very easy to kind of talk to and stuff like that, like, and everything else. So yeah, but yeah, so I don't have it now at the moment, but in post I will have the link to Rob's TikTok down in the video description. So yeah, no, look, absolutely. Thank you to everyone who has shown up. I do like, kind of shoot myself a little bit, but I do kind of highly doubt that anyone's been here for the entirety of the 4 hours. But you know, hope that you have been. So yeah, like, subscribe, do all of that YouTuber bollocks, and I shall talk to you in the next one.
Thank you so much, guys.